네, 다시 한 번 더 안내 말씀드리겠습니다.
Distinguished guests, we have an announcement once again. The afternoon session number 1, with the theme of the current status and development measure of global RE100 will begin shortly. Please take a seat. And please check the current status of your cell phone. Please turn off your cell phone or put it in silence mode. I keep repeating this. We provide simultaneous interpretation between Korean and English. You can use the receiver on your table. Korean is channel number 1 and English is channel number 2. And please wear the mask throughout the event when you are inside the event hall.
네. 그럼 지금부터
Then from now on, we are going to begin the International Conference on Carbon Neutrality for the Industry 2022. The topic is the current status and development measures of global RE100. Did you enjoy your lunch? And before starting the presentations, we are going to have a congratulatory remarks from Mr. Choi Yeon-woo from the MOTI. Please welcome the speaker with a big hand.
네, 안녕하십니까.
Good afternoon. My name is Choi Yeon-woo from the Ministry of Industry, Trade and Energy. And to discuss renewable energy expansion and carbon neutrality, domestic and foreign companies and organizations are here to host the RE100 Global Conference, and it is a great pleasure to be part of the conference. And I would like to especially thank CDP, the Climate Group, Taiwan Cement, who have come all the way to talk about collaboration with Korea. Recently, energy topics are energy security and carbon neutrality. And in case of renewable energy, we do not have to import fuels, and in the process of power generation, we do not emit any greenhouse gases. So it is an optimal energy sources for energy security and carbon neutrality. That is why the Korean government has recognized the importance of renewable energy. And for carbon neutrality, the major energy sources are nuclear power and renewable energy. So it has been reflected in the plan of the Korean government. Korea is a latecomer in terms of renewable energy among OECD countries. However, we have constantly expanded the portion, and we have a plan to expand it by 3 times by 2030. To do this end, we have to find a balance between renewable energy in different sources, and we will operate a cost-effective system, and we will reinforce the acceptance among residents and reinforcement of system so that we can build a stable foundation. And we will also reinforce the industrial competitiveness. At this critical juncture, RE100 campaign will promote the investment, and it will initiate a virtuous cycle of renewable energy supply expansion. And global RE100 campaign started in 2014, and there are about 25 Korean companies which declared to join RE100. And there will be more and more companies joining RE100 campaign, and there are different environments for each country, so we have to consider all the differences and the potential joining RE100. And it is not easy in Korea to use renewable energy. That is the reality. We have limited land area and we have many mountainous area. And because of population density, it is hard to install potential facility for renewable energy, and it is hard to supply renewables. Unlike the North America and the European Union, we have an isolated power grid, so it is hard to procure renewable energy from outside. That is why the cost has been increasing. So there has been pressure on Korean companies to implement RE100. Despite these harsh conditions, Korean companies are expanding the use of renewable energy. So it is a desirable direction they are taking. Although RE100 is a voluntary campaign, global companies are requiring renewable energy use to their suppliers, so it had some obligatory cases in reality and in practice. And renewable energies are derived from nature, so it is heavily dependent on geographic conditions and natural environments. So it is favorable intention to initiate RE100 campaign, but if we only have the uniform standard, it could pressure some of the countries to implement them. So we would like to disseminate the intention of RE100 campaign taking this opportunity, and I hope that we can discuss various measures to make contribution to carbon neutrality. Thank you very much.
네, 고맙습니다. 아리백에 대한 이야기 잠깐 해주셨습니다.
Thank you very much for explaining about the RE100. So thank you so much for the remarks. And then I hope that we will have further discussion on this topic in this session. So I'd like to invite the speakers and the panelists for session 1. So the research fellow Lee Sang-jun from Korea Energy Economic Institute will be the moderator. So please come to the stage. And then we have Corporate VP Ho Sung-hwang of Samsung Electronics, Vice President Min-cheol Park of SK Hynix, Vice President Wen-hwang Lee from TCC Hoping Power Company, and Professor Yong-hoon Jung from KAIST will be the panelist for today's session 1. And I will also invite Managing Director Donald Chen of Asia Pacific for CDP and RE100 Impact Manager Madeline Pickup of Climate Group, Head of Supplier Carbon Solutions Besma Alavo of Apple, and partner Bomjo Kim of KEI Consulting to the stage as well. So we have very important speakers and panelists for session 1 on the stage. So we will listen to 4 speeches and then 1 panel discussion. So in this session, we are going to talk about the current status and development measures of global RE100. So we look forward to having your deep interest in this topic as well. Please give a few seconds to organize the stage. Now let us begin the session, and I'm going to introduce Mr. Donald Chen, who is the Managing Director of Asia Pacific for CDP. So he will talk about the current status and development measures of global RE100. Please come to the stage, come to the podium. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
태평양 지역 매니징 디렉터님께서 발표를 해주시겠습니다. Please give one more big hand. 다시 한번 큰 박수 보내주십시오. 네, CDP 아시아 태평양 지역의 매니징 디렉터로서
Managing Director Donald Chan, APEC, has worked in different Asian countries.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. And I guess being the first speaker after lunch is always very difficult. But hopefully, over the next 10 minutes, I'll explain more about the RE100 program. But more importantly, how does RE100 fit? Firstly, with the CDP disclosure system. And secondly, how the CDP disclosure system and the data fits within the larger journey to carbon neutrality. So I've got a few slides which I'll go through. So So firstly, what is CDP? We are a global nonprofit. Secondly, we run the global disclosure system for environmental matters. We collect, in fact, the largest primary data, self-reported primary data on environment. We do not do S or we do not do G. We focus primarily on environmental matters. And thirdly, this data is sent to investors, purchasers, and policymakers around the world. This year, 18,700 companies disclosed to CDP. They represent about half of the world's market capitalization. In addition to that, about 83% of the S&P 500 report to CDP. Close to half of the KOSPI index also reports to CDP. In addition to companies, we also have about 1,100 cities and states that report to us. This includes Seoul city government, as well as various cities around the region, such as Tokyo, Hong Kong, Singapore, etc. The users of our data are global corporates who basically are purchasing organizations, and we have about 280, in fact, closer to 300 right now, and around 700 institutional investors consisting mainly of the world's largest pension funds as well as mutual funds. So how CDP works, in simple terms, we have a questionnaire on climate, on water, and on forests. These questionnaires are sent mainly to listed companies, but also to suppliers around the world. They fill in the questionnaire, and then we will receive the questionnaire, we will score the questionnaire between D to A, and then we will send the results to investors, purchasing organizations, as well as governments and policymakers. So one question we get a lot is data. Data has been the fuel of the information era. Environmental data will be the fuel for the journey to carbon neutrality. As I mentioned, data is being used by the financial industry, the 700 plus financial institutions that they receive our data, used also by purchasers, the 280 purchasing organizations that are our supply chain members. But there's more to that as well. Data is also being used by data providers. You can access the CDP scores on Bloomberg, on Google Finance. Our scores are being used by index providers. They're also used by various consultancies where we have partnerships for. Data is also used by civil society, and the RE100 program is a critical part of our program because it links us up to global initiatives that company can take action on. So data is also used among these global initiatives around global standards. For example, we run the TCFD hub. In addition to that, we are also on the technical committees for TNFD as well as ISSB, as well as part of the Science-Based Targets program. Data is also used by policymakers, particularly governments. We had a lot of discussion today about renewable energy as well as nuclear. So data is provided to policymakers so they can draft as well as approve and implement policies that work for their country as well as their markets. And lastly, academic institutions. So we also provide data to global think tanks where we write reports together with, as well as various universities. So the thing I want to emphasize is, and also this also goes with the RE100 program, is these are actually aspirations. Aspirations that are part of a journey. So most companies that report to CDP do not get an A for the first year. They usually score quite low, usually around D or C minus. But over time, they will improve. And we see this graduation of companies moving from D, which is basically tracking disclosure, to being aware of what the key environmental issues are at C, to B, management, and A, leadership. So disclosure is very much a journey. And the same thing can also apply in various programs such as RE100. It's in fact aspirational for us to achieve 100% renewable from day one. But over time, the journey and the steps and the business practices can be taken to eventually move towards that aspiration. So. And how does this affect companies? Well, basically, companies essentially have roadmaps to move to carbon neutrality. They essentially mirror the roadmaps that governments are doing around the world. So, as you mentioned, Korea has a 2050 net zero plan. So companies, in fact, can copy and mimic the actions and the business practices to follow into that plan. This includes, firstly, just calculating what emissions are. Secondly, setting targets around emission. Thirdly, reporting around that emission. And then taking action, such as the RE100 program, in order to get there and to achieve those targets. and then collaborating eventually with partners such as ourselves, but also within industries and within outside their industry as well. And then eventually then set science-based targets all the way to net zero. And how, in the end, do you link disclosure to carbon neutrality? But firstly, it's this idea of target setting. How do we get through target sets? How do we then create journeys? Journeys to eventually get to net zero and eventually then globally align around 1.5 degrees. We recently released a report on where we are with our companies for last year, and we are nowhere close to 1.5. Our estimation is that right now, companies are on their current journey are only hitting about 2.7. This means that there's a lot of action that needs to be done, but essentially steps and journeys needs to start right now, and disclosure and data is very much the first step of that journey. Now, specifically now, I'll pass over to Madeline, who will talk a bit more about the RE100 program, now that I've covered the broader framework in terms of how journeys to net zero and journeys to carbon neutrality can happen.
네, 고맙습니다. 이렇게 해서 첫 번째
Thank you very
기조
much.
배치
It was the
함께 하셨습니다. 다시 한번
first
박수
keynote speech
부탁드릴까요?
delivered
Thank you
by
for your
Mr. Donald
presentation.
Chen.
네, 계속해서 두 번째 기조
Now we are
발표를
moving
청해
on to the
보도록
second
하겠습니다.
keynote
이번
speech.
순서 클라이밋 그룹 매들린
The speaker
픽업
is
아리백 임팩트
Madeline
매니저님께서
Pickup,
준비를 해주셨습니다.
who is the impact manager from Climate Group.
라는 주제로 발표를 해주시겠습니다. 역시 네, 단상으로 모시고 발표 들어보도록 하겠습니다. 큰 박수.
Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
Thank you. Excuse me while I untangle myself. Hi, everyone. I'm Madeline Pickup. I'm RE100 Impact Manager from Climate Group, and we run RE100 campaign in partnership with CDP. And my role is to drive policy engagement in priority countries, and those are the countries in which our companies are currently facing the biggest challenges in accessing renewable electricity to meet their 100% targets. Hopefully, many of you will already be familiar with RE100 as a global corporate initiative that brings together hundreds of large and influential companies committed to using 100% renewable electricity. RE100 uses the demand signal of our members to influence policy to achieve net zero grids by 2040. Today, I hope to highlight to you the reasons why we bring these companies together behind this common cause and the importance of listening to the demand signal that it represents, particularly for South Korea at this time. In RE100, we work with large, ambitious, and influential companies because they are the ones that want to see this change, and they are the ones that have the ability to influence the shift. Achieving RE100 isn't just a tick-box exercise. As I mentioned, the purpose of the campaign is to drive the shift to net zero grids. And this sometimes means taking the hard route. And the solutions won't always be readily available, but we have to be part of that solution and not wait for it to come around. And that's really what RE100 is about. It's about setting the ambition to drive change. As my colleague Donald was saying earlier, it's about the journey. We're not going to achieve things straight away. We don't want to simply see a select set of companies achieve 100% renewables by any means possible. RE100 companies are ambitious, and they want options that create impact. And that's why we have a set of technical criteria that define what companies can make as a credible claim against their electricity usage. These criteria are critical to ensuring that RE100 has that intended impact, to ensure that we can leverage the demand signal created by the commitment of such large and influential group of companies, and in doing so, guide governments to make the necessary policy and regulatory changes that will accelerate their shift to net zero grids. We're about progress. We want to see companies achieving their goals, but we want to see this happen in a meaningful way. Their success should be reflective of a global shift, and their progress should come alongside progress towards net zero grids globally. I think this number has been mentioned already, but RE100 is now made up of over 380 companies that are already responsible for over 429 terawatts of electricity consumption per year. And to put that into context, that's more than enough to power the whole of the UK. In 2019, RE100 member demand for renewable electricity represented an estimated $98 billion in investment. Together, our members are calling for greater policy change that can remove the barriers to procuring renewable electricity. To achieve our goal of net zero grids by 2040, companies need to be able to source 100% renewables at a reasonable cost. Globally, our members still face a number of barriers, including a lack of supply of renewables, a lack of procurement options, high prices, and other regulatory barriers. We're working with our members, partners, and governments to address the market and policy barriers that are currently preventing companies from sourcing renewables. We do this by advocating for 6 global policy messages that you can see here on the screen that support corporate sourcing of renewable electricity according to the needs of RE100 members. So these are centered around 6 principles. The first is around affordability, so creating that level playing field where renewables are able to compete on a fair basis with fossil fuels. The second is around the regulatory environment and removing those barriers and implementing stable frameworks to facilitate the uptake of corporate renewables. The third is on accessibility, creating an electricity market structure that allows for direct trade between renewables producers and buyers. The fourth one is on availability and working with utilities and suppliers to provide the options for corporate renewable sourcing. The fifth is around investment, specifically in on-site and off-site renewable projects and promoting this. And the final one around accountability and additionality and supporting a credible and transparent system for issuing, tracking, and certifying competitively priced EACs. At a local level, we're building on these messages, working with our partners and members to leverage corporate commitment and engage in policy work in markets with little to no access to renewables. Across the world, there are many success stories in the energy transition where governments and decision makers have recognized the need to act urgently. This year, REN21 produced a report recognizing record growth in renewables in 2021. Some of the key successes that they highlighted were a record increase in global installed renewable power capacity and a record investment in renewables. On top of that, solar and wind power provided more than 10% of the world's electricity for the first time ever, and more than 135 countries now have a target for net zero greenhouse gas emissions. The greatest success that they cited was in the power sector, where a record 314.5 gigawatts of new renewable power capacity was added, which is enough to power every household in Brazil. Clearly, there have been some big shifts and great successes across the world in renewables. However, globally, there is a huge variation in the amount of renewables available on the grid and their accessibility. So an EMBA report showed that in 2021, the world leader, Denmark, already had 51.8% of energy generation coming from solar and wind. They were followed by Spain with 32.9%, the UK with 28.8%. Korea, on the other hand, generates just 4.7% of its energy from solar and wind, trailing behind the likes of China, Vietnam, Japan, and a global average of 10%, which includes developing economies. How this translates into RE100 member consumption is that in North America, our members are now sourcing 65% of their electricity from renewables. In Europe, it's 75%, in China, it's 32%, and in Japan, it's 15%, to select just a few. In Korea, unfortunately, they're only sourcing 2% of their electricity from renewables. This progress in the energy transition, as I say, can already be seen reflected in RE100 members' consumption, and we're pleased to see that globally, 45% of members' consumption now comes from renewable sources. However, challenges in certain markets mean that global progress is being held back, and these challenges are where RE100 wants to focus. In addition to our work at the global level, we recognise that there's a value in cross-border collaboration in particular regions. So following the success of Resource, which is the European platform that we co-founded, we're now establishing our Asia platform, ASEC. Working with WRI and others, we'll bring together corporate buyers, sellers, investors, and developers in Asia to align and reinforce recommendations for policy and regulatory environments in the region. Within Asia, however, it is important to recognise that all markets are unique, they operate differently and separately, and they have their own challenges. So at the centre of our work, we're making concerted efforts at the national level. South Korea is one of the countries that we're focusing on since it's the 8th biggest electricity consumer in the world. It's therefore critical to global progress towards net zero that Korea's electricity grid is shifted to renewable energy and fast. Unfortunately, as has been touched upon many times already today, South Korea is lagging behind in its journey and progress on renewable energy. In our recent report, analysing how the G20 nations rank in terms of progress and ambition on renewable electricity in the last decade, South Korea was one of the lowest ranked countries, ahead of only Argentina, Saudi Arabia, and Russia. This report used collated data to rank the 20 countries from A to E based on their ambition and progress in deploying renewables. South Korea scored a D, defined as a country with limited renewables in overall power capacity deployment and little to no consideration of economy-wide renewable targets and/or net zero or carbon neutral strategies. Meanwhile, countries like Japan, China, and Australia all scored higher than South Korea. Again, I think some of these numbers have already been mentioned today, but we're delighted to say that we now have 25 members headquartered in South Korea with an energy consumption of 74.5 terawatt hours. And this doesn't even include the consumption of our global members who also have operations in South Korea, which in 2020 was 52 members who were reporting 102.2 terawatt hours of consumption. And we know that that has expanded rapidly since. Currently, renewables on the grid in Korea aren't even enough to meet one of those members' needs or consumption. For example, SK Hynix's demand stood at 23.35 kilowatt hours, or Samsung Electronics at 22.92 kilowatt hours, whilst capacity on the grid was only 12.35 kilowatt hours. The need is clear, the demand is there, and action needs to be taken to shift the domestic grid to renewables, and quickly if Korea wants to avoid losing out. It was therefore quite surprising and disappointing to see South Korea recently reduce its renewables target from 30% to just 21.5%. At the very base, the government must increase its ambition to match that of the companies, and do so by increasing this target. It must then build on this foundation and create a policy and regulatory environment that enables these companies to access renewables in an affordable way. We and our partners have been working with policymakers since we first started engaging in Korea back in 2018. And it's been really promising to see some of the shifts that have happened during that time, with measures such as the introduction of PPAs. However, it's clear from the data and the difficulties that our members are still facing that there's still much to be done. We recognised a need to concentrate our policy engagement efforts here, to consolidate and collect the corporate voice behind one clear message. To address this gap, we've now developed a set of localized policy messages for South Korea, which build upon our global policy messages, but which focus on the specific challenges and needs that our members face in the South Korean market. And I'm delighted to be able to share these messages with you today. We're asking the government to act on the following. Firstly, to create a policy environment with a fair and transparent power market structure to enable renewables to compete on an equal footing to fossil fuels. This includes shifting pricing to ensure it reflects the true cost of renewable energy production and strengthening the independence and sustainability considerations within the electricity system operator. Our second ask is to increase the renewable energy target and implement stable policy frameworks to accelerate corporate uptake of renewable electricity. We suggest that they increase the renewable energy target in line with the 2050 carbon neutrality goal and include wording around the expansion of PPAs in any government roadmaps. Our third ask is to remove obstacles to improve the accessibility of PPAs for corporates, including ensuring the network usage fee and incidental costs are fair and transparent, removing unfair contractual obligations, and simplifying negotiation procedures and providing clear guidelines to help companies through that process. Our fourth ask is to enhance grid flexibility and fairness for renewable energy generators to scale the domestic supply of renewable electricity. We suggest doing so by ensuring equal grid access and fair compensation for renewable electricity generators and promoting investment in systems that increase grid flexibility to allow renewables to rapidly scale up. Our fifth ask is around investment and improving the investment environment for on-site and off-site PPAs by streamlining siting and permitting rules, improving the cost effectiveness of investment, and providing clarity around incidental costs associated with on-site and off-site PPAs. Finally, we ask the government to enhance transparency, sustainability, and additionality of renewable electricity certificates and tracking systems. We suggest that they do so by differentiating between different renewable sources of power under green premiums in advance of auctions, by improving the use of green premium proceeds towards additional renewable capacity, by increasing the frequency of green premium auctions, and by embedding sustainability measures attached to biomass for green premiums and RECs. These messages were developed through a comprehensive and collaborative process led by a group of Korean and global RE100 members, our local partners, and ourselves, with consultations across a wide array of stakeholder groups. These messages are therefore backed by the full over 380 member strong RE100 membership and their associated investment potential. We're therefore confident that these messages represent the key shifts required in the Korean policy and regulatory environment in order to enable corporate procurement that will have a positive benefit for all. The government must respond with urgency if South Korea wants to remain a globally competitive market. Again, this piece of research was mentioned earlier, but this piece of research showed that major South Korean export industries could shrink by up to 40% by 2040 if they don't switch to renewable electricity. And this is estimated could lead to a possible contraction of the country's GDP by 3.8%. We're asking the government to listen to the needs of corporates as expressed in our RE100 localized policy messages. And we ask them to deliver upon these in order to create a regulatory environment and energy market structure that enables rapid growth of renewables that are available, accessible, and affordable in South Korea. Thank you.
Thank you very much for sharing your knowledge. 다시 한번 박수 부탁드리겠습니다.
Please give the speaker another big hand. So it was a presentation delivered by Madeline Pickup, RE100 Impact Manager from Climate Group. Thank you very much. We will move on to the next keynote speech. The third keynote speech is a pre-recorded presentation by Besma Al-Jabu, Head of Supplier Carbon Solutions from Apple. And the title of the presentation is Apple's 2030 Decarbonization Goal. Ms. Besma Al-Jabu is leading Apple's carbon solution, including clean energy program. Unfortunately, she couldn't make it here today. However, on behalf of her, Apple Korea's Vice President An Hyun-chul will deliver greetings to the audience. We will invite Mr. An to the podium. Please give him a big hand.
네, 안녕하세요. 저는
Good afternoon. I am in charge of international cooperation at Apple Korea, and my name is An Hyun-chul. And the presentation will be delivered by Besma Aldabu, Head of Supplier Carbon Solutions Apple. And the title is Apple's 2030 Decarbonization Goal, and I will play the video clip from now on.
Thank you to the organizers for inviting me to share Apple's environment and renewable energy work. I head Supplier Carbon Solutions for Apple. My team is responsible for decarbonizing Apple's global supply chain by helping our suppliers transition to renewable energy while encouraging facility-level carbon reductions and innovations via energy efficiency and direct emissions abatement. At Apple, we put people first in everything we do and have had a strong environmental commitment from the beginning. For decades, we have led the industry in our work on smarter and safer chemistry, ensuring that our products are safe for those who make, use, and recycle them. The company started to focus more on climate change 15 years ago by kicking off our work on renewable energy. And that culminated in achieving 100% renewable energy in 2018 across our corporate operations. Every data center, every corporate office, every retail store across 44 countries is powered by clean energy. Over 90% of the renewables are new and additional Apple-created projects. And 2 years later, in 2020, we achieved carbon neutrality for the remainder of our corporate footprint. That year, we also announced our commitment to be carbon neutral for our products by 2030, which includes our entire product supply chain and the lifetime use of our devices. Our manufacturing supply chain makes up 70% of our remaining footprint, with electricity being the major driver. Scope 3 has been top of mind for a long time. In 2015, we officially kicked off our supplier energy efficiency and supplier clean energy programs. We ask our suppliers to make contractual commitments to use 100% renewable energy for their Apple production. And today, we have over 200 suppliers committed to the clean energy program. Those suppliers comprise over 70% of our manufacturing spend. That's nearly 16 gigawatts of commitments, of which 10 gigawatts are already online. In Korea, I am pleased to note that we have several suppliers that have committed to use renewable energy for Apple, including SK hynix, LG, Samsung SDI, and POSCO. And through this progress, we have learned that our suppliers are up for the challenge and they're ready to do even more. And last week, we took further action to accelerate progress in our journey to 2030 by calling on our global supply chain to decarbonize their Apple-related corporate operations. Specifically, we are asking our suppliers to address their Scope 1 direct emissions and their Scope 2 electricity emissions for all Apple-related production by 2030. We require our suppliers to report on these emission categories annually, and we will use this information to track and audit progress towards our 2030 goal. Importantly, leaning on the progress that we've already made with our supplier clean energy and energy efficiency programs, we will continue to build on the existing partnership that we have with our suppliers in support of their decarbonization journey. This includes expanded e-learning resources and live trainings for suppliers through Apple's Clean Energy Program with market-specific information, as well as continuing to help connect suppliers to high-quality solutions in the countries where they operate. But the major challenge for our suppliers is the same challenge that we all face as customers. Many markets are not recognizing the externalities like carbon into their pricing structure and are not creating a level playing field on which renewable electricity can compete fairly with fossil fuel electricity. In markets that recognize the full benefits of renewable energy, that remove regulatory barriers, and that provide supportive policies, we find that renewable electricity is cost competitive. In the US and other markets, for example, companies are able to procure renewable energy without added cost, or even below utility power costs. And we hope that Korea will also reach cost competitiveness in renewable energy prices particularly for the indirect PPA and the direct PPA options. We look forward to working with our suppliers in Korea to support the country's carbon neutrality goal. And we hope that the government can set an ambitious 2030 renewable energy target to incentivize investment and economies of scale. That's essential so that Korea's renewable energy companies can expand and meet the high customer demand for renewables. We appreciate and hope that the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Energy continues to support companies to implement Korea RE100 for the benefit of both people and the planet. And with that, I would like to share a few other environmental priorities at Apple. Can we make but not take? This is our most audacious goal yet. Can we make our products and packaging with only recycled and renewable materials? This is an ambitious goal to end our reliance on mining, requiring innovation in nearly every material and every product that we ship. And yet we are making tremendous progress already. In fact, nearly 20% of the material in all products sold last year was from recycled sources, with the 13-inch MacBook Air at 44% recycled content. We design our devices to be durable and long-lasting and to be able to be passed on to new owners. But once a device is at the end of its useful life, I want you to know that we will recycle and reuse the materials. From just 1 metric ton of iPhone components taken apart by Apple's recycling robots, recyclers can recover the amount of gold and copper that companies would typically need to extract from 2,000 metric tons of mined rock. We've reduced our corporate carbon footprint by 40% since 2015. And with all this work, how you do it matters as much as making progress. We are committed to reducing our entire footprint by 75% by 2030 and only turning to carbon removals for that last 25%, for the most difficult to decarbonize direct emissions that we can't avoid or abate by 2030. And for this, we are prioritizing high-quality, nature-based solutions. There is no crisis more far-reaching and impactful than climate change. And with crisis comes opportunity. Over the multi-year pandemic, we have all been reminded how vulnerable we are, how interconnected we all are, and that it's the simple things that make life joyful. Our environmental work is an opportunity to truly reshape and make the world a better place. This work is interconnected. Environmental rights are human rights. And we need to pursue solutions that are not only good for the planet, but also for the people. And thanks to the programs that we have scaled over the years, even as our revenue grew 33% in this last year, our net emissions remained flat. That means that we have begun to decouple growth from emissions as we successfully tackle our Scope 3 emissions and work to make our supply chains more resilient. The progress that we have made as a company demonstrates just how far we can go when everyone comes to the table. These are systemic and long-standing issues, and we don't pretend to have all the answers. But what we do have are goals to strive for and a global community of businesses committed to doing the right thing by people and the planet. I'm excited to share our progress with you all and to continue to find ways to support carbon neutrality for Korea. Thank you.
네, 박수 부탁드리겠습니다.
Please give a big hand.
네, 이렇게 해서 베스마 알자부 리더 중에
So it was a presentation delivered by Ms. Besma Aljabu.
뵙습니다. 소개해 주신 우리 애플코리아 안철현 부사장님께 드리죠.
And I would like to thank Vice President An Cheol-yeon once again. And we will move on to the fourth keynote speech.
KEI 컨설팅 김범조.
So the next speaker is partner Kim Bom-jo of KEI Consulting. He will talk about how to utilize RD100 in Korea. Please welcome him with a big round of applause. Hello, I am Kim Bom-jo. I'm a partner from KEI Consulting. So I was given time to 40, like 1:45, but now it's already 1:45. So I believe that the panel discussion will be more important. So I will just pinpoint some of the key messages in my presentation only. So before going into the major content, as time goes by, I believe that this is the keyword that I need to deliver to you. So there's just one single message, that is to expand the renewable, and companies must utilize it, and then that's what should be done by everyone. It's all of our responsibility. So we should be we. So that's the clear message, and then the rest of my presentation talks about it. So Korea announced the RE100 implementation measures in September 2020, and then Korea has adopted many different measures and then had taken a lot of activities for the last 2 years. And then many public and private companies are participating in RE100 very actively, and it is very initial stage, so the green premium is very high. But this is the case of not only Korea but also other countries as well. So I believe that the contract with the PPA and then the third PPA are what we are seeing these days. So in order to implement better and expand this more, we need the policies and then the plans that are more suitable for Korea. In order to find such answers, we need to first understand the situation of Korea. So renewable energy scale is low, and the investment must be made by companies in a significant manner. So on the left, you see the challenges that are faced by the Korea's RE100 members. And then you can also see the cost that must be paid by the members. And then the X is electric prices. So if you subtract Y from X, that's the cost that must be burdened by the companies. And when you consider that, we have very high cost of renewable energy production, high cost of renewable energy production, and then prices are not high enough to close this gap. Even the companies voluntarily pay for their renewable energy related investment, the distribution itself is relatively smaller compared to the scale of the Korean economy. Of course, these two are interconnected. So if you may think that as the capacity is low, the prices are high, but still, because of that situation, companies may find some challenges when they participate in RE100, and then they talk about same thing. First of all, the cost is too heavy. Second is that the distribution itself is not enough, and then they also talk about the implementation measures and the financial support for these RE100 companies. So I will start from this slide again. So in order to solve this problem, companies are trying to resolve many different issues. They want more measures and policies to support their activities. And also, energy policy is necessary to further distribute renewable energy. And then I checked two boxes. So currently businesses are paying very much investment costs by themselves. So how can we provide necessary support to these companies? And the procurement is also an issue. So how can we improve the policies to support such activities? So that's an important point as well. And then the last point is the lacking of information. So we need more information to provide to the RE100 members regularly. So I believe that we need to change this stance. If we don't have facilitated RE100 use, what can we do? So that was mentioned in the keynote speech in the morning and in this afternoon as well. So as Korean company is more dependent on the export, we mostly grew based on the price competition of our products and services. But what is asked from the global market now is to have a global capacity to continue our export and to become sustainable. We need green competitiveness, and that cannot be achieved only by reducing CO2. We need to connect this, a new transition, to our daily life and our industries. So I want to say that from the perspective of energy and then perspective of national economy, we need to find some measures to support these Korean companies and RE100. That will be the way to facilitate Korean type RE100 in our country. And then this is about reducing the cost burden of companies. It is very high right now because of the high power generation prices, but at the same time, so these companies will need to compete against the very big like global companies or public companies. So those who are mandatory to pay RPS are getting some financial support. But when it comes to RD100, they are paying for themselves for the voluntarily generated renewable energy. So if you compare the competition between RPS and RE100, that is why the burden on these companies are getting like higher and higher. And in order to provide more support, first of all, we need a tax initiative. So we need to provide the tax credits, and if we need to buy some like special products or services, we do provide the tax incentives. So that's not an unusual case. So for the material and equipment industries, we need to provide right tax credits. And second one is the financial support. So when it is necessary, well, it is not only an issue for the energy or for the companies, but you need to understand that it will be provided the support will be provided for the tax. So it is related to all of us. And as I said, the second point is financial support. So initial investment is important, but now the financial burden is going up and up every day. So of course the financial support is necessary, and then maybe that can be in the form of a fund or like RE100 fund or RE100 loan products or services. And also guarantee is necessary because the 20-year loan contract will be signed among private companies, then the guarantee will be an issue. So for the past form of renewable energy, we also had a guarantee system that is guaranteed, like issued by the public institutions. And then the last one is added value support for something like systems or frameworks or the user fee. And the next one is systematic support. So the first one is RE100 EAC issuance. EAC stands for Energy Attribute Certificate, and you can see one of the cases from Japan written at the bottom of the slide. Many companies in Japan are using this EAC. So electric companies used to use this certificate for some other purposes, but they changed the policies in 2021 to utilize for the RE100. And at the same time, the market prices decreased from 1.3 yen per kilowatt per hour to 1.3 yen per kilowatt per hour. So that is why we saw an exponential growth of support for the RE100 member companies. And also for the long-term RE100 contract, like manufacturers or private companies are not accustomed to it, so they will need to spend a lot for the search cost. So the auction system can be used for the RE100 to help them with these public purposes. And also RPS RE100 connections should be strengthened because they are not well interconnected. So some have been supplemented by the plan that was announced in August, but if we can interconnect them more, then many more players with legal certificate will be able to join this market further. And also, ultimately, net zero 2050 is our ultimate goal. And in order to achieve the goal, we should go beyond the RE100 and achieve other campaigns and then 24/7 CFB or CF100 must also be considered so that Korea can participate in these kind of green climate change responses or global warming reduction action. So market boundary is set up in RE100. And some island countries or some countries like Korea are participating more and more in RE100. So these companies with some special characteristics must have some implementation measures more suitable for these countries' situation. In order to more vitalize RE100, we have several messages, and that's what I deliver in my presentation. And there's no single silver bullet. What I want to tell you today is that let's find a suitable solution for Korea, and let's take some perspective to have that solution in our hands, and that you will consume and produce energy in the future. So you have to be active to find these solutions. Only then we can achieve this goal. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. He delivered a presentation on how to deliver RE100 in Korea. So we have so many challenges. We have to reinforce our policy, and he also shared the supportive measures. Thank you, Mr. Kim. And now we will start the panel discussion for session number 1. We have the moderator and panelists and speakers on the podium. And let me introduce them once again. And now we have the moderator, who is a research fellow at Korea Energy Economics Institute, Mr. Sang-jun Lee, and we have corporate VP Ho Song-hwang and Vice President Min-cheol Park, Vice President Won Hwang-lin, and Professor Yong-hun Jung. And we have keynote speakers, including Managing Director Donald Chen and Impact Manager Madeline Pickup. And we also have a partner, Bom-jo Kim, on the podium. Thank you for your participation. And the moderator will start the panel discussion. Please. Good afternoon. My name is Sang-jun Lee, Research Fellow at Korea Energy Economics Institute. We have this important topic to discuss, so I feel a bit pressured to serve as a moderator at this important session. And keynote speeches have covered many important topics. So for the panel discussion, we will talk about how Korean and Taiwanese companies are implementing RE100 and what kind of difficulties they are facing, and how we can create synergy effects among different countries. And first of all, panelists will share the current status, and I will ask questions to the panelists. So first, the first presentation will be delivered by Corporate VP Ho Song-hwang from Samsung Electronics, who will talk about the current status and plan for the use of renewables. I will give you 5 minutes. Mr. Huang, please. Good afternoon. My name is Hwang Ho-song, and I'm in charge of environmental activities at Samsung Electronics, and I will talk about the current status of renewables at Samsung Electronics and our future plan. So 2 months ago, on September 15th, Samsung Electronics has declared a new environmental management strategy after a long thought. So it has been delayed for a while. And why did we come up with a new strategy? The biggest reason was that climate change has a direct impact on our business. So it is a direct threat. So natural disasters and requirements from civic organizations, and on top of them, we have requests from customers, so we could not delay action any further. And it cannot be done by a single company. The government, the industry, the civil society should participate in this activity together so that we can overcome the challenge. So our strategy included by 2050 we will achieve carbon neutrality. So we will join RE100. And other than this, we will try to preserve water resources. And in terms of waste, by 2030, we will bury no waste underground. That is part of our plan. And today I will focus on RE100. So this is the current status of renewable energy use at Samsung Electronics. So we are expanding the use, and the portion of renewable energy is increasing, as you see. On the left side, you see the green premium rate we initiated last year. And we purchased 490 gigawatt. But this year, there was a drastic increase to 1,959 gigawatt. And if possible, in particular, in our parking spaces, we installed a renewable energy power generation facility, but the amount of power generation is minimal. It is less than 0.1% of power generation or energy usage at Samsung Electronics. And in 2018, in overseas business sites, we have declared that there will be 100% renewable energy in overseas business sites. And in 2021, we achieved a target in the United States, Europe, and China, and most of them were possible thanks to REC and PPA. And not only overseas business and Korean businesses are also contributing to renewable energy use. And last year, it was about 21%, and we will continue to expand the use of renewable energy at the global scale. And this is the future plan. We declared a new strategy recently, and we could not share the midterm goal yet. There are different reasons. However, the midterm goal will be about DX sector. DX sector is the completed product, and DS is about the parts production, such as a semiconductor. And we would like to achieve 100% transition in DX sector by 2027. And semiconductor production consumes a lot of electricity. So although we have the RE100 plan by 2050, but we will try our best to achieve it as soon as possible. And in Korea, we are mostly using green rate system. However, we are thinking about self-power generation, and this year we have plans to purchase REC partially, and we are trying to identify great PPA projects. So in Korea, we would like to explore multiple options to expand the use of renewable energy. And in overseas businesses, it is mostly done by REC, but some of them have converted to PPA, and we are still looking for other PPA projects in overseas business sites. And within 5 years, we would like to make 100% transition to PPA. And as I mentioned, we cannot do it alone. So the government, the international community, the industry have to provide the technical support, and the technology should be much more mature. And we need support from the civil society as well, so that RE100 companies could achieve the target as soon as possible. And on the right side, you are looking at the mid to long-term roadmap for renewable energy. This is all I can share for now. And by 2050, we have the target, but we will try our best to achieve it before 2050. Thank you, Mr. Huang, once again. And I will move on to SK hynix presentation.
Next, we'd like to invite Mr. Bang Min-cheol from SK hynix. Hello. So I'm Bang Min-cheol, in charge of the investment in RE100 in SK hynix. Today, I will talk about what we are doing and what kind of challenges we are faced with when we try to invest in RE100. So I'll just pinpoint the key messages only. So for the first time in Korea, we announced that we are actively participating in RE100 in December 2020. So we joined the RE100 together with 6 groups under our SK group, and then we have continuously made efforts. And then we have done 4 rounds of consulting. REC and PPA and many different implement measures are now being discussed to show our genuine efforts to achieve this RE100 goal. And our focus is also ESG management. So environment and eco-friendly, like green activities, are our focus as well. So this is Green 2030 plan that was announced by our company, and by 2030 we will increase the use of renewable energy by 3 times compared to the current level. And then ammonia and other like chemistry will be the chemical will be our target for the further investment. And the free plastic is the campaign that we are implementing these days as well. So as I explained earlier, so green premium is the policy that we are approaching right now. So we have 4 categories, and then as you can see here, demand and supply is also connected to the prices. So if you see the graph right now, you can see that many companies are trying to participate in RE100, and then the supply of RE will be not enough. So that's the challenge that we are faced right now. So we are connected with RPS. So as we want more stable supply, RE100 companies should go beyond the RPS to meet the demand, and only then RE100 members will be able to consider that option. So We first are consuming the demand for the RD100. So if we don't put premium price, then it will be very difficult to secure this. So that can give cost burden. And as technology develops, HOE will decrease, of course, but compared to the other countries, we have geographically disadvantages, as you may well know, and then some inflation or indirect conditions are not enough to dramatically offset some like negative impacts of the economy, like the inflation these days. And as we are at the initial stage, the prices are very variable, so it's very volatile. So for the solar project, for example, we set up a plan for about 20 years. So strategically, it's kind of difficult to set up what direction we need to take for such energy source. So one or two times of the consulting is being done, but actually for our companies, it's kind of difficult to make decisions right away with such information only. And then the last one is the lack of know-how. So Capco has like single or monopolic market to sell electricity. So actually, Korea has not done these kind of activities in the past, like the U.S. So in this way, in this regard, we don't have much know-how about such a power generation. So we are a big company actually, but there are many SMEs who want to be involved in these kind of activities, and they are faced with some challenges as well. So I believe that we need to improve this, and for the suppliers, if there is any new single project that's over 100 megawatts, that's going to be small to medium size of power generation. So we have to consider that, then we can support the RE100 or achieve the RE100. So, but we don't have a policies to actually support this. So we need to resolve these issues altogether in order to push RE100 more domestically in Korea. And I'm sure that in this way we will be able to push this more further in Korea. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Park. So Korean companies are trying to implement RE100, and he shared 4 major challenges. And global semiconductor companies, you might think that they are all members of RE100. However, there are not many semiconductor manufacturers who have joined RE100. Samsung Electronics and SK Hynix are pioneering RE100. So I hope that all of the companies should make efforts systematically. And now we have a speaker from out of Korea. So Taiwan has a similar environment with Korea. And Hoping Power Company, the Vice President of Hoping Power Company, Wen Huang Lin, will talk about energy solution. Mr. Lin, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, at first, I would like to quote a sentence from Chairman of Taiwan Cement Corporation, Mr. Nelson Zhang. TCC is a green, environmentally conscious engineering company dedicated to the handling of the complex relationship between human civilization and nature. Indeed, I believe that all of us here in this room are working hard to strike a balance between the economic development and not to harm the earth, at the same time to reserve the nature to our next generation. This is Horace Lin, Vice President of Hoping Power Company, a subsidiary of TCC, Taiwan Cement Corporation. If any of you ever been to Taiwan, most of you must have visited Tarago Gorge, a nature reserve national park. Hoping Industrial Park is adjacent to the national park. TCC Group set up a unique 3-in-1 circular economic here, that is Hoping Cement Plant, Hoping Power Station, and Hoping Harbor. Being nearby to a national park, we are required to fulfill a very severe environmental restrictions, such as NOx, SOx, and particle emissions. Let's start with Hoping Power Stations. Hoping Power Station, the only coal-fired power station without ash lagoons. We all know that carbon neutrality is an extremely urgent task for humanity. But the crucial fact is that the fossil fuel energy is still indispensable on our way to carbon neutrality. As a traditional coal-fired power station operator, I would like to talk about the actions that have been taken to develop additional on-site renewable energies. We introduced the seawater into the condenser as a cooling purpose. The temperature increased approximately 7 degrees C after cooling work. Is this a waste or resource? We're currently working on 2 such projects. One, development of an ocean thermal energy conversion, OTEC, facility, seawater differential temperature energy. Second, development of hydropower energy using the residential gravitational potential of water in the existing cooling water channel. The advantage of OTEC. The system generates power by utilizing the temperature differences between the deep sea water and the surface sea water to replace the surface sea water by warm discharge water, that is the temperature to increase by 7 degrees C from the coal-fired power station. The efficiency will be thus increased by 2.4% and reduce the temperature of the discharge water. This could be the world's first-class OTEC power station. The picture bottom here shows the average seawater temperature around the Sydney. The coastal shelf in the eastern Taiwan is narrow. Deep seawater can be obtained within a very short distance. The cost of pipe water intake is lower than which in other countries. It is internationally recognized as one of the most suitable places for deep water intake, becoming one of the few areas in the world with the great potential development. This is the bird-eye view conceptual arrangement of ocean thermal energy conversion. We take the deep water, seawater, into the transfer well, and then pump them into the OTEC generation plant. The geographical advantage is that the water intake pipe with only 1,800 meters long can be obtained the seawater beneath the sea level, 600 meters. The deep cold water could be used to generate electricity through the air. This could be the future base load green powers. This is the piping arrangement, as I said in the previous slides. Only 1,800 meters long, then we can reach the 600 deep sea waters. This is the facility plannings. We take the double ranking cycle mechanisms, and the turbine shaft power is 0.6 megawatt. The output is 1 megawatt net. And the second part is the hydro energies. The green energy is seen as a solution to our current climate worries and the energy source concerns. For this reason, any small gain may be worth pursuing, and we try our best to do this. We would like to propose another green energy projection that will run independently from, but alongside the OTEC project. Our power station uses the seawater to cool the condenser. The discharge of the cooling water still contains minor gravitational potential energy. Although the potential drop is only 1.95 meters, the water volume is 44 cubic meters per second. This volume is high and very stable, make it worthwhile to tap this energy source. We would like to develop this low drop, high volume hydropower station. Its capacity is estimated at 800 kilowatts. The discharge of the existing cooling water at the sear well are introduced to a hydro turbine house and changed to a Kaplan turbine to produce power. The above presented OTEC and hydro energy are the power station site energy creation plan. Let's come to the Hoping Cement plant. This is the second major investment in Hoping industrial area, as I said. The right-hand side is power station. The left-hand side is now the cement plant. The picture shown here is the combustion flame inside the cement kiln. Co-processing of waste in the cement plant is world-known, safe, and efficient way to treat the waste. Industrial waste, municipal waste, is the we see the civilization byproducts of our civilization. The use of the waste characterized both energy recovery and material recycling, contributing to a circular economic. Using the characteristic of high temperature of 1,300 degrees C in the cement kiln, it decomposes dioxins that converts most waste into harmless energies. In 2021, TCC assisted in treating 1.14 million metric tons of waste, which is about 5.5% of total industrial waste in Taiwan. This helps to produce low carbon emission cement. We believe this is a win-win solution for the waste management. It's well known that the 7% of CO2 emissions is contributed by the cement industry due to its unavoidable chemical process, that is the acid removal of calcium carbonate. TCC Group, the environmental protection frontrunner of cement industry, has set up a goal to reduce 31% of CO2 emission for our concrete products in Taiwan by 2030, and a goal on carbon net zero by 2050. I would like to end up my report here. The economic of Taiwan still needs us to provide continuously reliable power and cement. These two factors are critical to human civilizations. Economic growth and decarbonization representing significant interrelationship challenges. Again, I would like to repeat the sentence from TCC Chairman Zhang. We are a green, environmentally conscious engineering company dedicated to handling the complex relationship between human civilization and nature. Thank you.
네, 원학님 부사장님께 다시 한번 감사의 말씀을 드립니다. 그럼 각 회사들의 이 어려움이나 이 현황을 좀
So we have listened to the challenges that are faced by companies, and now we're going into a Q&A session. So first of all, let's look deeper into the challenges faced by companies. I will first start with Mr. Hwang Ho-song.
According to the plan at Samsung Electronics, compared to overseas businesses, in Korea we have an unfavorable situation. So because of cost and systemic situation, could you talk about how we can improve the institutional environment for Korea? Thank you very much for the question. So when I delivered my presentation, most of the overseas businesses have been covered by REC for renewable energy. The biggest reason was the price. Compared to Korea, REC is much more affordable. Although the price is volatile, it fluctuates within an expected range. And compared to Korea, still, the price is very low. That is why we could utilize REC without any hesitance. So in Korea, in China, and Europe, so we have achieved 100% transition, but that is not the case in Korea. We have green premium rate, and it is about 10 won per kilowatt. And we utilized the green premium this year as well, and the scale was about 1,900 kilowatt. However, it is much more expensive in Korea to use REC, and the price fluctuates too much. And last year it was about 30 to 41, and this year it is about 61. So it is hard to purchase REC because of the price in Korea. Not only REC but also PPA. So if we would like to target quality, large-scale PPA, it is hard to find one in Korea. We have to secure a long-term contract to secure renewables through PPA project. However, there are not many large-scale PPA projects, and Samsung Electronics consumes the most electricity in Korea, so it is about 20 terawatt. And this year, if we convert all of the energy consumption to renewable, it is impossible. So we will take step by step. But we need economic feasibility, and we need adequate volume of renewable energy. But it is hard to find a viable option for now. But still, we cannot be fully dependent on the country policy. The industry should take action on its own. So we have to find something more affordable and something we can secure in large volume. So we have to make efforts in terms of technology, and the government should provide policy support. For example, as mentioned by other speakers, the network usage fee and tax breaks could be utilized in Korea when we try to expand the use of renewable energy. We are still at an initial stage. So if we can use multiple options, I believe that we can accelerate the adoption of renewable energy in Korea. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Huang.
최근에 잘 아시다시피
And recently in the US, there was an Inflation Reduction Act adopted. So it promises a huge investment in renewable energy. Although renewable energy is already viable in the US, there are still many tax breaks related provision. So if there is a market created,
보상으로 돌아온다라는 인식이기
there would be enough compensation of tax breaks. I think that is the consensus in the US. And Korea still has a long way to go. And I would like to ask the same question to SK hynix. So, Mr. Park.
애로사항이라든지 추가로 말씀해
Is there any other challenge that you want to share with us, please?
저희가 이제 아무래도 아까 말씀드린 대로
So as I explained,
먼바다의 풍속이 한 7m 정도
so I know that wind velocity is about 700 meter far away from the land, but actually that's the environmental condition that does not meet the standard. So actually the RE100 is like global issue, not competition among countries. So
시장 경계이긴 하지만
I believe that
국가 경계에 해당하는 요 범위 내에서만 조달이 가능한 부분을
so if we can just procure within our border only, I hope that we will have cross country transaction. And in this way, we will be able to improve the condition, environment, and reduce the cost at the same time.
사실 북미 같은 경우는
So in the case of North America, there is Canada and then the US and Europe is all connected together. So
국가 같은 경우는 사실은
So for these countries and regions who are like connected, they can collaborate, but Korea is somewhat limited. So I hope that we will lift such barriers for all the countries around the world.
글로벌 차원이 아니고 저희 내부적인
And then internally,
그 아까 말씀드린 대로 대규모
as I said,
곳이 별로
there is no like few company that is actually involved in large scale project yet. So I hope that Korea will
빨리 할 수 있도록 해서
do its best to speed up the approval process so that we can form the condition to promote the large size project in Korea. And then the last one is just like the moderator said,
미국의 ITC 제도처럼
just like the ITC system of the US.
그런 장려를 좀 많이 해줬으면 좋겠는데
I hope that we will also have such encouraging policies in Korea.
수 있는 보존금 중심으로만 지금 진행이 되고 있는데
So I hope that currently
저렴해진 알리의 전기를 쓸 거냐 아니면
will we use the electricity whose cost has been lowered down, or will companies get subsidies to buy RE100 electricity? But whether we provide the subsidies to the producer or the user, or RE100 participating companies, and then that helps to improve the demand. Well, we only had one single direction in Korea, but I hope that we will consider many different options to provide more options or more measures. And I think that will motivate RE100 participants more. So for some companies like us, we will be able to we will be more motivated to participate further in this project. We need a systematic improvement. Thank you.
다양한 지원 제도가 있다는
To expand RE100, we need to have more options. So what kind of systems do we have in other countries then? What about Taiwan? To implement RE100, I heard that you have country support. And I heard that you have the discount system. So Mr. Lin, could you explain the discount system and many other support systems for RE100 implementation?
There are two major launched by Taiwanese government. One is from power producer side. One is from power user side. From power producer side, the government enforced the power user whose capacity is over 5,000 kilowatt to install renewable energy facilities. That is to say, if you purchase the power of 8,000 kilowatts from the grid, then you have to install additional 800 kilowatts of renewable energies. That is from power user side. The power producer side, the governments provide a favorable rate for the renewable energy producer, which is much better than the retail prices. That is to say that the governments will support the people to the industry to investment to develop the renewable energies. This is the two major ways from power user side and power producer side. And the others are from the financial aspect. The carbon tax and carbon fee are now under preparation by the Ministry of the Environment and Finance Department. Only through the increasing the cost of the renewable energy, where the task of developing the renewable energy become intangibles for the publics. Yeah, thank you.
네, 감사합니다. 원학님 부사장님.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lin. And many companies have shared the difficulties that Korea has a limited land area, and unlike in North America and Europe, we do not have a large space. So we have a limited space, so it is an unfavorable situation to secure renewable energy. And we need to expand the geographic scope. So I would like to ask this question to CDP. So Korea, China, and Taiwan are isolated. And compared to Europe, Asia Pacific companies are joining RE100. So we, because they have more difficulties. So they have unfavorable situation. So do you have any support from CDP to secure renewable energy for these unfavorable situationed countries? And is it any way to expand our geographic scope for renewable energy? Please, Mr. Donald Chan.
The first part of it would be we don't provide advice on how companies choose their renewable energy. These are very much for companies to decide. But what is more important, as per my presentation, is that business practices need to change. So there are two ways of looking at it. Firstly, the top-down approach in terms of the policy changes that are required to enable this transition, not just in RE100, but also across carbon neutrality. This could be incentive packages, like the Inflation Reduction Act in the US. It could be market mechanisms, like carbon pricing. It could also be cap-and-trade mechanisms. So firstly, very much at the policy level, and Madeline also touched upon that, about that would be very much one area to look at. The second one is a bottom-up. What are the specific innovations at the facility level that can be done? This could be efficiency gains at the facility level in terms of energy use and materials use. It also could be innovation, circular economy, for example, as mentioned by in Taiwan. How do you reuse material as well? So these are innovations that need to happen both at the top down, but also from the bottom up.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much.
요즘에 알리백 가입 기업이 증가하면서 영향력이 점점 커지고 있고.
So more and more companies are joining RE100. So RE100 group is becoming more influential. So the RE100 market, in the RE100 market, developing countries will be very important, and many Korean companies also have their business entities in developing countries as well. So
부족하고 사실
I
제도적인 측면
believe
부족한 점이
that
많은 것
we
같습니다.
need to make more improvements
클라이메이트
in the
질문을 드리고 싶은데요.
institutions and other things in
향후에
developing
알리백
countries.
운영을
So to Ms.
제도국에서
Medley, I
좀
have this question.
어떤 포커스를 맞춘 알리백
So
운영의 어떤 방향이
for the
있으신지
developing
궁금합니다.
countries, do you see any
그러면은
focus
메들린
that
피크업
must be
매니저님.
concentrated in these like developing countries to promote RE100?
Yes, so we do have some presence in developing countries already, but I'm not sure if I mentioned it earlier, but our focus is generally on the top 20 electricity consuming countries in the world. So that does mean that we're generally focused on more advanced economies just because they produce and consume a lot more electricity. So that's our kind of core piece of work, and as we expand, we're looking to do more of what we've done in Korea, in Japan, in Taiwan, in some of these countries that we already operate in, to identify what the barriers are that companies are facing and bring it together behind a collective message. So that's our focus, really, and that will be in these top 20 electricity consuming countries. But we are looking to expand into new geographies as well. And actually, I suppose developing country-wise, we do already work in South Africa. And we have a hub there, and we work with a few local partners doing very similar activities to what we do in other countries, but doing more of the kind of capacity development for companies there, and also looking specifically at the just transition and what it means for the economy and jobs. So it is a very different lens, though not one that's kind of our immediate priority. Because those countries at the moment are consuming less electricity.
예, 메들린 피크업 매니저님 감사합니다.
Thank you, Ms. Pickup.
우리나라에서는 어쩔 수 없는
And in Korea, it is an unavoidable issue. So to implement,
비용을 낮추는
it is important to make it more convenient, or it should be more affordable. So Mr. Kim, could you answer this question?
질의하신 사항은 제 발표 자리에도 있었고 기업에서
So
제안해 주신 사항
I think these suggestions were presented by like all of the groups and companies. So if we reduce cost, I think there are two parts. First of all, the power generation cost itself in Korea can be reduced. That can be one priority. And to do so, we need to improve the approval and certificate system more, or we need to strengthen the the auction system more.
그 이외의 기업이
And in addition,
단기적 비용을 낮추는 방법은
we can reduce the cost in short period of time. That is to get away from the competition of RPS-1.
새로운 메커니즘을 개발한다.
We can develop a new mechanism to develop like renewable energy technologies more, or
보부적으로 겪게 되는
if there are some companies that are faced with like, insufficient information and experiencing low efficiency, then we can help them out. So I think we can also find a more like solution more suitable for the businesses.
Thank you, Mr. Kim. So we need more diverse supports. So I know that you have waited for a long time, and there has been an issue to expand the geographic scope, but not only renewables, but also RE100 and carbon-free concepts should be much more flexible. So RE100 is to respond to climate change, and Scope 2, which is indirect emissions, should be reduced. Then we might need a new approach which could include nuclear power generation. So from the concept of CF100, so is there any way to utilize nuclear power as well? Professor Chong, you can answer this question.
So as I mentioned many times, economically, in order to provide large-scale renewable energy, we are faced with many challenges. So RE100 lowest level, like green premium, can be paid, but still it's not easy for Korean companies. But if you see Korean companies, 30% is nuclear power and 10% is renewable energy. So if we add up together, it will be 40%. And then 55% of energy is used by industry. So if we include the nuclear power, then we can supply to a certain level and then meet the economic value as well. But if we just stay on the lower level of RE100, then it will not be significantly helpful for our way towards carbon neutrality. So when we say we have to work out for our health, we can keep up with other people who work out, and then at the same time, we cannot actually like achieve this goal like practically. If you think that health is important, if you think that health is important to you, I mean, you can show that your health is important to you, but you cannot become healthy right away. So carbon-related impact that is led by the Europe is focusing more on technology or renewable energy. So if there are any technologies that we can utilize to promote carbon neutrality, then we will achieve carbon free. So that direction must be adopted by Korea now. Like third generation nuclear power facility or SMR can be the options that can be taken by Korea. Then we can improve the procurement of nuclear power in Korea. That will help with the renewable energy as well. And then achieving the carbon neutrality in Korea. So we need a specialized and more suitable solution for Korea. We don't need to take a difficult road.
예, 정혜원 교수님 감사합니다.
Thank you, Professor Chung. I believe that we are way behind the schedule. So is there anyone who would like to make a final comment? So we are way behind the schedule, so I will wrap up the session. So we share the current status of RE100 implementation in different countries. And we will have rounds of discussions on this topic, and that's my conclusion. So we have 25 RE100 participating companies, and it is still at an early stage. So for the past 2 years, the Korean government has built the institution. So it has been fast, and we can be proud of that. However, we have to implement a policy and institution, and based on this institution, companies should be able to utilize the foundation. And we have to make further efforts for that. Despite busy schedule to activate and accelerate our E100 implementation, we have many speakers who have been gathered here. So I would like to thank all of the panelists before wrapping up the session. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And this is the end of the panel discussion of session 1. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for participating in panel discussion, including the moderator, Mr. Sang-Jun Lee. So why don't we take a short break to have a cup of coffee? So we're going to have 10-minute break and start the session 2 really soon. And we are going to listen to more presentations and panel discussions soon. Thank you very much.
네. 잘 쉬셨습니까? 이제 두 번째 세션입니다. 2022 산업계 탄소 중립.
So welcome back everyone. So we are having international conference on carbon neutrality for the industry 2022 and we will start session 2 titled International GHG Mitigation Project and Global Strategy. So let's talk about the global cases of the greenhouse gas mitigation. We will listen to the first presentation, which will be given by Director Herman Velasquez of Green Climate Fund. So he will talk about the GHG mitigation project and global strategies. Please come up to the stage.
네, 박수 부탁드리겠습니다.
Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
헤르만 벨라스퀘즈 국장님은 개발도상국의 온실가스 감축과
So he is currently in charge of the Green Climate Fund that is supporting the developing countries to mitigate the greenhouse gas emission.
Good afternoon, everybody. Firstly, my thanks for inviting the Green Climate Fund to this session. And we are very happy to be hosted also, the Green Climate Fund being hosted by the Korean government, and we are based in Incheon here in Korea. I've been asked to give a short presentation on GHG mitigation projects and global strategies, so I will outline the approach that we take at the Green Climate Fund, and maybe it can provide a kind of an overview of how these strategies are actually developed. Firstly, I think it would be good to highlight, it probably is already kind of noted, that the temperature increase since the 1850s is actually increasing. This is also noted in the IPCC. This is the crisis that we face, and therefore highlighting the importance of climate mitigation. And without the active work on reducing emissions that we actually are discussing now, we will not be able to meet the ambition of the Paris Agreement, which is to try and achieve at the maximum 2 degrees, and if we can, limit it to 1.5 degrees Celsius. And this is what we need to do. In fact, if our work succeeds, then the 1.5 degree pathway can be achieved if all of the work that we do towards 2050 succeeds. However, what we do know is that the present trends, that what we do have now, based on the existing national determined contributions submitted to the UNFCCC, says that we would likely go to 3.5 degrees Celsius by more or less if the current pathway is unchanged. And even worse, of course, if the historical trends continue, by 2100 we could go as high as 5 degrees Celsius. So that means that the emissions must be cut by 45% by 2030 from 2010 levels if we are to meet the Paris Agreement of limiting the warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius. However, the present energy generation and end-use technologies in place that we have now are only capable of achieving less than half of the reductions that we need to make. And I think that is a challenge that we are all trying to grapple with. And there are climate transitions across 4 systems that we need to work on, and these are the opportunities, I think, that we're also trying to look at in this meeting. The first is, of course, energy. The second is land and ecosystems. Third is cities and infrastructure, and the last one is industry. So to do this, we must accelerate the transition across all of these 4 systems to rapidly cut emissions and to reduce the risk that the possible changes that climate impacts will have on all of us. And it's already being experienced, and more would likely come if we do not accelerate this transition. Fortunately, there are already kind of guidelines or approaches for some of these transition areas. But I think what we're looking at is that there are some areas that are still kind of nascent and still needs a lot of work. So maybe a few words on the Green Climate Fund. The Green Climate Fund is the financial instrument of the Paris Agreement. We are created to provide the financing to help achieve the Paris Agreement. We are the world's largest climate fund, and probably the largest one dedicated entirely for climate. We were set up by the UNFCCC, and we serve as the financial instrument of the Paris Agreement. So that's our whole purpose. Our whole purpose is to try and achieve and support countries in trying to achieve the Paris Agreement. And we do support developing countries to transition to low-emission, climate-resilient societies. And we do provide financing for projects and programs to developing countries to make this happen. So how do we work? There are a lot of areas that we work, starting at the country level. So at the country level, we do provide financing. We call it a readiness program. We provide up to $1 million in grants per country per year just to get ready. We call this we are providing probably the largest capacity building program on climate anywhere in the world. So these grants are provided as support to governments to build their capacity, awareness, capability, and strategies so that they are able to unlock larger financing from the GCF and elsewhere. And I think we have one panel member from GGGI who also delivers a lot of our support under readiness here. In addition to that, we also support national adaptation planning. We provide up to $3 million per country just to develop what we call these national adaptation plans. And hopefully these plans that are developed at the country level and the capacity at the country level comes up with the pipeline of projects that we need. Now, who can access financing from the GCF? We call these entities accredited entities, and the GCF is an open partnership. We have probably one of the largest set of partners that can access financing to develop these projects. And these could be the multilateral development banks, the World Bank, Asian Development Bank, International Finance Corporation, EBRD, IDB, all of them. Most of the UN agencies can access financing from the GCF, UNDP, FAO, IFAD. But in addition to that, we have banks, MUFG, Deutsche Bank, and so on. We also have national and bilateral entities. In Korea, KOICA is accredited together with the Korean Development Bank. So these entities are able to develop projects for other countries. So for example, in the case of KOICA and KDB, most of their projects are not for Korea, they are for developing countries. We can deploy multiple financial instruments, and that is the flexibility that we provide. We can provide grants, and our grants either can be non-reimbursable or reimbursable. It could be also be on results-based grants or revolving grants. We can provide concessional financing, loans. Our loans are divided into two categories, one for the public sector, one for the private sector. For the public sector, we have a very high concessional loan, which is 0% interest, 40 years tenor. It is so concessional, it's almost a grant, 70% grant intensity, I think. We also provide guarantees and equity. So these are mainly for private sector, and the guarantee and equity that we do provide are mainly for de-risking projects. We have a balanced allocation. We target to focus our financing 50% for mitigation and 50% for adaptation. And I'm happy to report that at this very moment, we're about 49.5% adaptation in our financing. So we do provide a large proportion of our financing for adaptation. And we are risk-taking. We have the highest risk appetite anywhere else. In fact, we would take risks that no other entity would take. And the risks that we take are those including project risk, climate risk, viability risk, local currency risk, political risk, to make good climate projects viable. So we will take local currency, exchange rate risks. We will take first loss equity positions, for example. We would take bankruptcies in our investments just to make climate projects viable. So this combination actually is quite unique. We're the only one that can actually do this. So in terms of figures, we have allocated 10 billion of our resources and about 37 billion including co-financing. So it's quite a large portfolio, about 200 projects so far. Where do we focus? Now, according to this topic that we're discussing now, we have 8 result areas. 4 of them are in mitigation, and this is where we invest a lot of our resources: energy generation and access. So we invest in generation of electricity, we invest in transmission, we invest in storage. In transport, we invest in, mainly our focus is in providing the shift before we improve technology. So we would rather focus on shifting use from individual cars to public transport. We invest in building cities, industries, and appliances. We invest in the way buildings are constructed, the design, but we also invest in the way cities are constructed, the transport within the cities, and also the appliances, energy efficiency within cities. We invest a lot on cooling technologies and so on. And finally, forest and land use. So this is another area that there is a lot of mitigation potential, avoiding deforestation, and ensuring that carbon is captured in land. Most of our projects are not 100% mitigation. In fact, very, very few are mitigation only. There is always adaptation benefit. Even the usual mitigation project on renewable energy generation. So these are our investments so far. As you can see, public and private, most of our private investments in dark green are in energy generation and access, and in building cities, industries, and appliances. And these are all in billions of US dollars. In terms of where do we invest, we have been requested by our board to make sure that at least 50% of our adaptation financing goes to vulnerable people. That means LDCs, SIDS, and African states. And at this very moment, in fact, more than 70% of our financing goes to these countries. I'll give you a few examples of our projects so that you could see the kind of pattern and trends of the investments that we have been doing. So this project, which is in Senegal, it is linking energy generation and COVID recovery. Because in this case, the project is to basically promote energy access, providing private sector, encouraging private sector participation to provide access to electricity in more than 1,000 isolated villages in Senegal, including the development of mini-grids. But by doing so, this also promotes jobs in the country. And it then allows the country to then help in their COVID recovery process. So this one is a project that we did with Pegasus Capital Advisors, wherein we provide financing at scale for cities and subnational entities, because most of the financing usually goes to national governments, but cities also need financing. So in this case, this is an equity fund which focuses on the subnational level, 750 million, and the GCF provided $125 million worth of first loss equity position to actually then crowd in other private sector investors, because we are the one who take the first losses in case of failures in the investments. So this one is really focused at leveraging private sector investments and removing the risk from private investors. This project, the Green BRT, Karachi, in Pakistan, is probably the first. I'm not sure if there is another one like this, truly zero emission e-mobility project anywhere. Because even in this case, there was a problem because there was a lot of gases from animals that were in fact not being used in Pakistan. So we developed a biogas plant, methane, and we converted that as the fuel for buses. So it is truly zero emission. And the interesting financing here is we converted capital expenditure to operating expenditure. So we took on the first expenditures, we bought all of the equipment, and then leased it to private investors, lowering their risks. So our risk that we took is both on the capital expenditures, but also on other technological and other structuring risks. So it's a very interesting project, and we hope that it could be replicated elsewhere. This one is focused on cities. We created a facility with the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development. It's focused on 9 countries, 10 cities. And it provides flexible financing for cities to develop green projects, including low-emission transport, renewable energy. So whatever possible projects on mitigation that the cities would like. This is a very good approach because the actual projects are not known. So we provided that flexibility to countries to select. And we only had one approval. We delegated the selection of the sub-projects to our partner. I'm almost done. So if you're interested in more about the GCF, I would encourage you to contact us. We would love to work with more Korean companies. And we look forward to working with all of you. Thank you.
네, 고맙습니다. 이렇게 해서 저희
Thank you very much. So this is a session number 2, and the topic is International Greenhouse Gas Mitigation Projects and Global Strategy. Director Velasquez shared various examples. So thank you very much.
네, 저희 이제 계속해서 다음 또 기조
Now we will move on to the next keynote speech.
두 번째 기조 발제
The second keynote speech will be delivered by Senior Research Fellow Song Hee-shim from Korea Energy Economics Institute, and the title is Guidelines for Supporting International Projects in Energy and Industry Sector. Please welcome the speaker with a big hand.
예, 듣고 하겠습니다. 안녕하십니까? 에너지
Good afternoon. I am Song Hee-shim, a senior research fellow at the Korea Energy Economics Institute. Today I'm here to introduce the guideline for the procurement of internationally transferred mitigation outcomes through the investment and purchase activities. Before I take a step forward, please let me briefly present the context for international mitigation transfers. The parties finally completed the negotiations regarding the Article 6 of the Paris Agreement at the 2021 United Nations Climate Change Conference, also known as the COP26 at Glasgow, and the agreement among the parties led to set the stage for an activation of a global carbon market mechanism. According to the Korea's updated 2030 NDC target, Korea plans to reduce 33.5 million tons of CO2 equivalent of greenhouse gas emissions, which is 11.5% of the total reduction target, by using the reductions achieved abroad. However, to achieve the 2030 NDC target, Korea needs to procure over 33.5 million tons of CO2 from the emission reductions abroad, considering the corresponding adjustment with the partner country, and the case when some mitigation outcomes will be used to the Korean emissions trading scheme as an offset credit. So by 2030, we need to be more aggressive compared to the original plan. So against this backdrop, the Korean government needs to accelerate their action in establishing the support mechanism in order to encourage Korean companies to pursue international carbon reduction projects. Until recently, the Japanese government has signed bilateral agreements with 28 partner countries and provided support to 218 international carbon reduction projects. The Swiss government has also made ties with 8 countries to purchase mitigation outcomes from international carbon reduction projects. As such, other countries were already one step ahead of the international carbon reduction projects. And now, let me explain the structure of a support mechanism. So there are two types. The first type is renewable energy, and to generate additional profits while reducing greenhouse gas emissions. And these kind of projects needs to require high efficient appliances and equipment deployment, and there are additional benefits that we can nurture new companies in this field. However, compared to investment, there is no visible reduction in emissions, and until the final issuance of a credit, it takes a long time. That is, also, we can distribute toward the unspecified public. And in this case, compared to the first type, it is much more affordable, and it can procure a large amount of emission reductions at lower costs. However, compared to the first type, the economic effects to the national economy is quite limited. Therefore, these two types of projects have pros and cons. That is why a two-track approach is required to supplement both advantages and disadvantages. And for the project that can make a huge effect to the national industry and economy, the government needs to provide active support for companies to extend the domestic low-carbon industries abroad. On the other hand, we can target type number 2. So the government needs to preemptively procure mitigation outcomes by supporting the acquisition projects, generating a large amount of emissions reductions at moderate costs. So this is the most desirable way to go for us. Then, I would like to briefly introduce the guideline for financial support to the investment of international carbon reduction projects. The target project should contribute and target partner countries. So we have to look at Provision 6 of the Paris Agreement. So we have to comply with the basic principles. So it should be able to contribute to achieve the NDC target. In addition to those, we should be able to reduce greenhouse gases in energy sector. That is the focus of this. And renewable energy project and high efficiency equipment should replace the existing equipment. These kind of projects could be primary targets. And let me talk about the financial support scope. The scope of financial support is limited to a partial amount of direct costs. And there are projects which have additional profits. And in case of there are additional profits, it could be limited to 30%. And for the projects without additional profits, the amount of financial support will be up to 50%. And the maximum support amount is 3 billion Korean won. And after the agreement is signed, financial support to international carbon reduction projects will be provided until the project is operated. And we notify the project and we receive applications, and after signing the agreement, the government will provide financial support. And after providing the support, and we look at the performance of emissions. And when we select the target project, we look at the feasibility and viability of the project, and how much contribution the project can make. And we also look at the economic viability. And we also look at the size of economic impact of the sites and how much emission reduction we can expect from the projects. These are the focus areas the government looks at when they select the targets. So after providing the support, the government recovers the emission reduction. So there are two principles. One is cost effectiveness. So compared to the cost reduction, it should be equivalent or more than the support. And we are now building the price for carbon credits. And the portion of government support in the price per ton should be equivalent or less than the price for the credit. And the amount of financial support should be at the same level. And these are the two principles we included in the guideline. But if there are additional profits, the standard could be different. So I believe that I have some typos in my slide. So it should be projects without additional revenue. So in this case, it would be acceptable that the government will simply procure the amount of mitigation outcomes equivalent to the amount of financial assistance to the project. But when there is a total amount of reduction, it will be distributed according to the reduction amount. But on the other hand, for the project with additional gains and profits, it would be suitable that the government will secure the amount of mitigation outcomes at the amount of financial support divided by the volume-weighted average of carbon credit price in the domestic market. So it will be dependent on market value. And we have to set the standard and baseline price for this. And it will be the volume-weighted average of carbon credit price for the past 3 years. That means the government support will be divided by the carbon credit price. So that is how we calculate the government recovery amount. And we can fix the price based on the contract. And if there is no fixed price, the price could be changeable. And now let me introduce the guideline for the purchase mitigation outcomes. So there are two types of purchase systems: forward trading and spot trading. So there are two types of purchase systems, and until 2025, the spot trading will be not existent. So today I will focus on forward trading. The long-term forward trading aims to procure a large amount of mitigation outcomes with lower prices by making a long-term contract before the demand occurs. In this case, the payment will be made when the actual outcomes will be created. And the specific target is the type number 2, which is for the unspecified public. So one example could be policy-based distribution project. So the focus criteria to select the target is the feasibility of the project. And so we only target the verified project. So it should be the country which has signed a bilateral agreement with Korea. And the host country and Korea should provide approval in advance. So this is the procedure for the forward trading. So it is similar to investment support, but there are two differences. One is, so in case of investment support system, so the government starts to provide support at an early stage. However, in case of forward trading, we need actual outcomes to provide support. And when we decide on the price, the cost will be evaluated and the price will be set based on negotiation. There are reasons for this. So, unlike project type number 1, in case of type number 2, it has a totally different cost system. And in Korea, there is a limited number of operators. That is why it is hard to use the bidding system. So it is not suitable to use bidding. So we have to evaluate CAPEX and OPEX to decide on the price. So there is a similar system in operation in Switzerland now. But in the process, cost could increase unexpectedly. And for this, we have an opportunity to reevaluate the price. So this is the end of my presentation. Thank you very much.
네, 고맙습니다. 이렇게 해서 심성희 선임 연구위원님의 기적 발표까지 함께.
Thank you very much for the keynote speech. And then now we'll move on to the panel discussion of session 2. So on the stage, we have a panelist waiting for the panel discussion. The moderator will be Professor Dong-Hoon No of Hanyang University. And then let me introduce the panelists. We have Senior Officer Stephen Gill of Global Green Growth Institute, Executive Director Sang-Sun Ha of ECOI, and Division Director Yu Sim-jung of Korean Foundation for Quality. And then our two speakers, Director Velasquez and Senior Research Fellow Shim. So I'd like to give my microphone to the moderator. Please go ahead. Hello, as introduced, I am Dong-Hoon No from Hanyang University. So Jerry Velasquez is actually the right pronunciation of our first speaker. And then we also have Dr. Sung-hee Shim here. So they have given two presentations on the International GHG Mitigation Project and Global Strategies. And we need to finish it by 55. So I'd like to ask our three panelists to give comments on the two presentations. And I actually have 5 questions prepared. First of all, so when we reduce carbon emission in other countries, what areas will be promising? Secondly, the PV and the wind have very high level of barriers for the entrance. And then I think in the Sustainable Development Mechanism 6.4, well, it says that it will not be possible. And do you think that 6.2 will be able to achieve 6.2? And then the next question is that maybe we will get a project whose reduction cost will be high. So what can we do about it? And then the next question is, there are some possibilities that other countries will not sell the offset amount to Korea. And then I want to talk about the ODE. So how can we utilize ODE? So these are the 5 questions that I want to ask to you. So our panelists, please comment on the 2 presentations and then please answer my 5 questions. And then to Dr. Jerry and then to Dr. Shim, I will give you the last chance to make comments. So now I will start with Mr. Stefan Gill from GGGI. So please make comments on the 2 presentations and give some answers to questions.
Answer for the questions raised by me.
Thank you very much, Professor No, and thank you very much for inviting me to this event today. My name is Stefan Gill. I'm from the Global Green Growth Institute, GGGI. If you mind, I'll just introduce a little bit about GGGI because it's a Seoul-based intergovernmental organization that supports developing country governments on transitioning to an environmentally sustainable economic model. We work in over 40 countries around the world. We've mobilized more than $7 billion in green investments since 2015 for our member and partner governments. I want to say thank you to Jerry first for outlining the scale of the problem and the role of the GCF and that type of public funding, which is critical to financing climate mitigation and adaptation projects. As Jerry mentioned, GGI works closely with the GCF on readiness for our member countries to access GCF funding, also accreditation of entities to the GCF, and developing mitigation projects themselves. Maybe one thing I'd like to highlight is the potential for private financing through carbon markets to complement the public funding that comes through entities like the GCF, but that this requires some technical thinking about issues like attribution of results between different forms of financing. And I look forward to discussing more with Jerry, if possible, on this issue. Thank you also to Dr. Shim for his very interesting presentation on potential approaches to generating ITMOs, internationally transferred mitigation outcomes, that Korea needs to meet its NDC targets. We at GGI obviously see Article 6 as a way of increasing global ambition, not just in buyer countries, but also in the host countries where these ITMOs will be sourced from. And we note that there are several countries that are testing similar models at the moment, not just Japan and Switzerland, but also Sweden, Singapore, and Norway are others that are quite active in testing these models. GGI is one of the leading organizations in supporting potential host countries in readiness to engage in Article 6. We have 3 large programs supporting directly 10 countries in our programs, but also lighter touch support to more countries than that. The primary objective is to facilitate ITMO transactions between those countries and our other buyer side partner governments. But we focus very much on building capacity and providing technical assistance to those countries. And this is something I'll come back to. But also developing greenhouse gas or mitigation projects for Article 6, and finally supporting bilateral agreements between countries, but also with private sector entities. We collaborate closely with organizations like the World Bank, UNDP, researchers, consultants, project developers, and our funding comes from the Norwegian Ministry of Climate and Environment, the Swedish Energy Agency, and the German International Climate Initiative. In order to answer some of Professor No's questions, as I said, I'll focus a little bit on the host countries and their ability at the moment or capacity to be a partner in this way. GGGI recently conducted a survey of potential sellers on their Article 6 readiness. We published that, it's available on our website. And I'd like to talk about two insights from that survey. The first is that currently there is no supply of ITMOs. And if we see a need within host countries to do piloting, to learn by doing. If a country were to launch a procurement process for ITMOs now, you wouldn't get many submissions of projects that are Article 6 aligned, that meet the requirements of the Article 6 rulebook. A lot of project developers don't really understand Article 6 as well. So there's a lot of activity in developing carbon projects, but alignment to Article 6 is often not there. And so this is why we see some buyer countries providing technical assistance for project development. And we at GGI are currently developing some of those projects, particularly in areas like waste to energy, including biogas, sustainable practices in manufacturing. But we see other projects being developed for Article 6 in e-mobility, particularly electric buses, but also in distributed energy. So small-scale grids, microgrids, off-grid, that kind of thing. A second insight that I'd like to bring out from this survey is that even if ITMOs were available, it's not likely that they could be authorized at this time by the host country government. And potential seller countries have really indicated to us that they need more capacity building on this. As far as I know, at the moment, only Vanuatu has authorized anything under Article 6. And we see these needs in the countries where we work. So even in countries that had a lot of experience with the CDM or voluntary markets, they don't understand the level of government engagement that is needed to participate in Article 6. And that comes in terms of authorization, transfer, and reporting. Dr. Shin mentioned Switzerland, and I think they have found that looking for projects alone hasn't enabled them to go all the way to obtaining ITMOs. And the Swiss Ministry of Environment, FOEN, now fund the UNDP to do some TA, technical assistance, to the host countries in the similar way that we already do to many countries around the world. So just to highlight, at GGI, we're developing a carbon transaction platform, which we hope will aim to facilitate transactions and address gaps in experiences to participate in international carbon markets through multi-directional knowledge exchange and trust funds. So I think I've probably got my 5 minutes done, so I'll stop there. Professor No, thank you.
하성상
네. 저는 주식회사 에코아이의 하상선.
My name is Ha Sang-son from EXPO. So we have developed greenhouse gas reduction project in Korea, and we have sold the system to CDM. But 15 years ago, we started a cap and trade system, and now the overseas CDM project has been introduced to Korea. So we are now a trading company. So Thierry just explained diverse GCF models, and out of these models, as a greenhouse gas energy-related developer, and there are many other relevant companies. So I am interested in a model. So the obligatory companies are still about 300 million reduction demand. And the government has set their own demand, which is about 335 million ton. So GCF has identified businesses which could be risky but make contribution to the sustainable future. And the public and private have emerged a fund to contribute to the sustainable development of developing countries. Do you think you can pull such a fund? Because I believe that it would be a very desirable way to go. And Dr. Shim talked about how to support the industry. And based on the recent special act, the guidelines have been notified, and I believe that they will be implemented very soon. And from the private sector's perspective, I have three directions. So the government could make a budget and select a target, and the participation in the selected projects. So if we can only participate in the selected projects, it will not be enough to achieve the target. So the government should manage the mechanism on their own, and the private sector should be able to voluntarily participate in their own projects so that they can just sell the credit if they have some credits available. It might be more efficient. And I talked to Stefan, who is sitting right next to me. And in Korea, what kind of quantum projects are you going to develop at the government level? And I believe that Korea will follow suit after Japanese JCM model. So Japan has prepared the model for the past decade, and they have methodologies and procedures and all the infrastructure available now. However, Stefan raised the Swiss model, and in case of Sweden, the 5% of carbon tax will be can be utilized by the private sector. So in this case, instead of building everything from scratch, the Korean government could utilize the existing standard and mechanism. However, we have to receive compensation from the signatories because we have to follow the Paris Agreement. But we need the private sector's participation. However, cap and trade system is the most urgent issue for the private sector. So the credit from 6.2 or 6.4 provision, it is very complex to register the business, and it is hard to convert the offset credit. So the credit from 6.2 or 6.4 provision, if we can get approval in advance, it might be a little bit more efficient. This is the comment I have. But can I ask questions, or did I use up my time? So I think there are two major parts. So in Korea, renewable energy and technology can be exported to developing countries, but I'm not so sure about the mechanism. So it might be hard to transfer the credit back to Korea. So renewable energy projects have benefits. However, grid parity is an issue in different countries. And from 6.4 provision, and it is hard to have additional credits. But still, even for 6.2, it is hard to secure and transfer the credit from the utility companies back to Korea. So Indonesia government, especially the energy ministry, even before achieving their NDC target, so they said that they will limit the transfer to other countries before they achieve the NDC target. So in this situation, for utility-grade commercial projects will be very hard to secure credit. And in case of ODA, so donor countries have their own climate change related goals. And Korea made promises to the OECD. And if we it is impossible for us to secure credit after providing ODA. However, if there is an investment from the private sector, it could be possible. In Japan, JICA provides a fund through ODA, and they can purchase the credit in a fair trade. So maybe we can go for this direction. Thank you very much.
간단히 부탁드릴게요.
Ms. Chung, excuse me. Hello, I am Division Director Yu Sim-jung from Korea Foundation for Quality. CDM-DOEE organization was what we were designated in 2015. In China and Africa, we have analyzed a CDM project. So after listening to two presentations, I could call back what I have experienced in early 2000s. At that time, I was in China to evaluate the renewable energy project. The scale was totally different from that of Korea's. When I saw their PV and wind project, I could see that that was transition, that was innovation, and that was change. And now over 10 years have passed. And then when I heard Mr. Jerry's presentation, not only energy transition, but also energy infrastructure and all the changes across the society and economy are needed. So I thought like this when I was listening to your presentation. So I was curious about the world that we will see in the near future from a few years ago. And then COP meeting will take place in a few days. And then many side events and seminars will take place as well. And then they will talk about the 1 degree, 5 degree Celsius pathway. And then public will not be enough to achieve this goal. And how can we induce investment from private sector? Will be talked very much. So because of the ESG phenomenon, we see some changes in the notion these days in the society. But as I was listening to GCF's presentation, I thought that we have to do more. And it tells us that the government is playing a very big role until now. But we need blended finance that was introduced during the presentation. So in this context, in Korea, we have like reduction project and the investment guideline projects going on, and I think that is one of a blinded model that we are promoting in Korea. The scale of a blended financing project should get bigger. Now companies are paying a lot of investment for such a project. If I meet companies like 10 years ago and as of now, I see that some of the companies become reluctant to investment, and then they are not that different. And I see more frequency, but when they try to make decisions, I think companies now are still as reluctant as those companies back in like 10 years ago. So they think about the best ways, and then sometimes they just like put off the project in the middle of the process. So from that perspective, I believe that the government should work together with the private sector so that the government can provide some support in some ways to get rid of such reluctance. And then Dr. Shim Sung-hee also talk about the types of the projects and the overall outline of those projects going on. And many companies are preparing for the overseas projects, and I think that will be helpful for these companies. But not only the finance, but also the like support would be necessary. So we should review what's actually needed by those in demand. The projects that we know are mostly successful because the failed project will not be revealed to outside. But it's not like failing projects are found by the evaluation. But when we try to evaluate and when they failed and they couldn't evaluate, or sometimes some projects stopped after evaluation. So we need to collect information to find out the reasons behind such a failure so that no more companies will fail like those. So we have sold a lot of products overseas, but when it comes to technology or selling technology, we don't have much experience. So from that perspective, I hope that such failure cases will be more shared so that we can stop additional failure or additional mistakes. So we need a kind of institutional measures set by the government. And lastly, as I'm part of the Korean Foundation for Quality, from the perspective of MRV, I was thinking of what to read. And then from the MRV perspective, what preparations are now being made by the Korean government. So that's what I thought about. And then as Mr. Haas said, so if companies want to participate in the reduction project, and if they become approved and get some financial support from the Korean government, then where will they bring for the evaluation? Can you please wrap up your discussion? I don't think we have an answer to that. Will we use CDM? Or will we use new policies? Or will we use BCS or gold standard? Or can we use everything? I think we need to first have a clear answer about what measure should be used. Otherwise, we will not be able to speed up even though we have guidelines from the government.
Thank you very much. We are behind the schedule.
Many thanks. I think one point for me is that there is more demand than supply. In fact, there's a lot of demand, but there's a lot of buyers, there's no sellers. And I think we in the public sector, including ODA, should help countries, in particular your partner countries, to get ready to participate in Article 6. Many countries don't understand Article 6. There are other opportunities in addition to green carbon. Blue carbon is not part of the NDCs of many countries, and it could easily be traded under Article 6.4 or 6.2. So I think if ODA could be used to help countries understand, I think there will be more opportunities for companies. The second thing is that we are based in Korea. And I hope that we could develop a project, a facility, as noted already by the panelists, for Korean companies. We would be more than happy to do that. Thank you.
심성희 박사님 한 가지만 제가
Dr. Shim, just one point, so you can just answer my question.
예, 말씀하셨던 질문에 앞서가지고.
And before answering your question, so out of the comments, just let me add on to one of the comments. In case of a blended finance and GCF's government fund and corporate fund, they could be used in a mixed format, and I think that's a good idea. And I believe that we can work on that, and we have to explore the matter. However, in case of 6.2, it was within the framework of 6.2, and the government selects the target. However, still, there is room for the private sector to participate in the project voluntarily within the scope of 6.2. So there are ways already. It is possible. And Ms. Chung mentioned many other types of support other than the financial support. And there could be different supports when we identify the project and when we assess the feasibility. I believe that we already provide diverse support for feasibility study. So from the perspective of people with a demand, we have to identify their needs. And as you said, we have to find the implications from the failure cases so that we can reinforce the system. Last but not least, so we talked about renewable energy on 6.4, and I have different ideas, and by country and by region, there are different situations and different available technologies and different financial situations. So every country has a different capacity. So we cannot exclude renewable energy altogether. However, within the framework of 6.2, it is based on the bilateral agreement. So I believe that we can have the much more flexible approach, and we can tap into ODA as well. So it cannot be overlapping support. However, when they lack social infrastructure to proceed with renewable energy project, we can target such regions. So we can invest in their social infrastructure through ODA, and for the actual emission reduction, we can take a separate approach, so we can mix up these two approaches. Thank you very much. Due to a time constraint, we will not take any questions from the floor. You can ask questions personally. And one key message, we can utilize ODA. And for developing countries, they have no full understanding of 6.2. So you should be careful. So that's it. This is the end of this session number 2. Thank you very much.
네, 고생하셨습니다. 이렇게 해서 세션 2
Thank you very much. This is the end of the panel discussion for session 2. We talk about international greenhouse gas mitigation projects and global strategy. And I hope you would understand that we kind of speed up at the end of the panel discussion. Before starting the next session, we're going to have a 10-minute break. And then we will start the very last session of today's conference. We'll see you soon in 10 minutes.
네. 그러면 이제 세션 3 오늘의 마지막 시간이
Now
될
we
것
will
같습니다.
begin session number 3, which is the last session of today. And I know that it has been a long day, so thank you for your participation. So the session number 3 of today's conference will be held from now on. The topic is a strategy for industrial CCUS commercialization to realize carbon neutrality. So CO2 CRC has CEO Matthias Raab, who is our keynote speaker. And the topic of our keynote speech is carbon capture, utilization, and storage.
Thank you. 네, 박수 부탁드리겠습니다.
Please welcome the speaker with a big hand.
네, 호주 국책 CCUS 연구기관의 최고 경영
CCUS Research Institute is a CO2 CRC.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the invitation. I'm very pleased to speak here. And I firstly want to say that my son was on Friday night and on Saturday night among the crowd in Nitawan, and he's one of the lucky survivors. And I want to say my deep, heartfelt condolences to everyone who lost a loved one in the event on Saturday night. Now, again, I've got the great pleasure to bring you a topic close today that, as was being said today, just earlier in the session, we do have a lack of actual real supply of high-quality carbon credits. And carbon capture, utilization, and storage is a technology that has one of the largest abatement potential with almost immediate climate benefits. So I will give you an overview in terms of the technology, where it functions, the reality of projects across the region, and some deep insight in terms of where the technology and the opportunities are. So I'm here because with my colleagues from KCCUS, we started a memorandum of understanding in February this year in Sydney. And we also have, as in my organization CO2 CRC, a very long trusted relationship with KIGAM in Dijon. So the purpose of the collaboration that we undertook is to progress carbon capture and storage between both countries, to accelerate the technology development, and to assist both of our nations to reach the very ambitious 2030 targets. And for everyone who is involved in large projects, 7 years is just around the corner. So it's very, it will catch up with us very quickly. So we are looking at the development of technologies offshore. We are looking for demonstration of new technologies in Australia onshore. We are exploring one of the realities in terms of transboundary CCS, and that was mentioned this morning or during the course of the day, the trading of carbon credits internationally, as well as the actual trading of carbon. Looking in the development of a methodology that has high integrity standards, and then of course looking at the domestic and legal challenges that are sitting in such undertakings. So just by background, CO2 CRC is a not-for-profit research organization that is undertaking commercially relevant demonstrations in carbon capture, utilization and storage for almost 20 years. And we do own and operate plant and equipment, so we have the first-hand experience of technology development, negotiating with regulators, negotiating our social license to operate, and we have done this successfully for almost 20 years. In terms of the rigor and the credibility that sits behind our work, we have trained over 60 PhDs. We have published more than 400 papers in peer-reviewed journals, and at any point in time we have between 40 and 180 researchers working with us from organizations all over the world. Just very, very briefly in terms of how carbon capture and storage works. So the carbon will be captured ideally from point sources where we have higher concentration of carbon dioxide. It will be put into a pipe and then it will be sequestered or stored deeper than 1 kilometer in the pore space of rocks beneath our feet. In terms of the technology itself, it is around since the 70s, which is more than 50 years, and it is largely deployed in the United States for enhanced oil recovery, where the carbon dioxide assists in the further production of oil. And the technologies in terms of capture technologies, gas separation technologies, they're around for approximately 90 years. And when it comes to the overall experience in the world to store gas underground, which is largely methane, there are more than 700 operating gas storage facilities in the world. So we're talking about a very mature technology. We're talking about a very thorough understanding from the industry in undertaking carbon capture and storage. So I'd like to, again, make a couple of really strong points, and that is from our own experience, from experience around the world. It is proven, it is safe, it is reliable, and it is necessary. And in the necessariness, about 10% of global emissions need to be reduced or abated through geological carbon storage. And also, when we're looking at the climate benefits, and that is when it comes to the credibility of credits, the climate benefits are immediate. Every ton of carbon dioxide stored underground is taken out of the atmosphere. It is permanent. We're talking about millions of years of abatement, and we're talking about very large-scale projects. So these are the benefits of carbon capture and storage. So if you're looking around the world in terms of where these resources are, they are not equally distributed. Some nations have far more significant storage than other nations, and that is an important consideration in the trade of carbon dioxide across the world. Now, the economic value of CCS. And what you can see here on this graph is we are seeing that the cost of CCS, they're coming down, and at the same time, the cost of emitting CO2, not abating it, goes up. And these cost factors are really sitting in the impact of climate change, the impact it has to our climate systems. So we are less and less in the position to actually afford to emit CO2 into the air. And that's where the economic value sits. And Now the increase of CCS projects over the last 2 years, so you can see on the table, we have a significant jump of projects in advanced development and in early development just from 2020 to 2021. And that was also largely sort of triggered by the United States providing significant tax incentives for CCS projects to move forward. And every American we are talking to says very simple, we can make money with that, so therefore the investment is running. And CCS in the United States is unstoppable. This is absolutely clear. Now the question is, what does it mean for the rest of the world? So I will stay with the global challenge for a moment, and because that's the opportunity for countries to reduce their emissions, but it is also the opportunity for manufacturing nations like South Korea to actually say to what extent can we all be part of this enormous development of facilities around the world. It is the facilities, it is the steel, it's the pipes, it's the transportation, it's the shipping, it's the knowledge, it's the know-how that has to develop. And if you look at that slide and actually see the scale of the challenge, currently we are capturing and storing about 40 million tons of CO2 per year across the world. And by 2050, it is 100 times that amount that we actually have to put underground. And furthermore, you may have all heard about direct air capture technology. Direct air capture technology is estimated to provide at least another 5 billion tons per year from 2050 onwards, directly from the air and sequester it in exactly the same way. So we are looking at a minimum 100-time growth of projects that have to happen for CCS to contribute its own share towards the modeling of the International Energy Agency. So this slide shows you how the United States are incentivizing carbon capture and storage projects. And you can see on the left side, the emitting activities are simply separated between concentrated and dilute carbon dioxide streams. And the concentrated carbon dioxide streams are predominantly from upstream oil and gas production, where the CO2 is in high concentration and high purity, being separated from the CO2. Ammonia facilities, for instance, blue hydrogen facilities will also produce a highly concentrated CO2 stream, and that is where the costs are lowest. If we are looking at the dilute streams, and this is from power generation, this is from direct air capture, this is where the capture costs sort of really sit in between, and that is driving a very different economic for those costs. And the CO2 separation is where the majority of the costs are. And in the United States, 35 US dollars per ton are being paid for CO2 that is stored through an enhanced oil recovery project, and $50 per ton are being provided as tax credits for every ton that is stored just purely. So if we now take the concentrated and the dilute streams and actually look where are they occurring, what share do they have in the global emission, and how does it actually sit with the cost? This is an important diagram. So we can see on that red line concentrated CO2 streams. So natural gas processing is producing a very pure stream, but it only makes 10% of global emissions. But the good part is that the costs are actually sitting here between 15 and 50 tons. And why that is important is we are now right in the cost bracket of tax incentives and within Australia, the price for carbon credit units. So we have already reached cost neutrality in some countries and in Australia if the emissions are coming from upstream oil and gas. And that looks very differently when we're looking on how we decarbonize the electricity sector if we're using CCS associated with coal or gas to power generation. And that is where 90% of the emissions sit, but also where the costs are highest, and they're sitting between 45 and up to $200 per ton. So that's a challenge, but what it also means currently, the projects sitting right in the top line where the economics are stacking up. And this is why you will see the oil and gas industry leading the first large-scale CCS projects, because A, they have the lowest cost, B, they have the purest CO2 stream available, and they have the experience and the capital to proceed with these projects. So looking at some of the enabling factors, we had this before. This really applies to any other carbon abatement technology or methodology that is being proposed. We have to incentivize and accelerate the projects faster than we have ever seen before in the history of our industries. We need to have an appropriate policy framework. And with a policy framework, we have to have policy stability. So in Australia, for instance, we have over the last 15 years seen the policy swinging from one side to the other side. And every time there was a major policy shift, it had impeded investment. So this is an important one. Very often I get asked, oh, CCS is not working, we've got all these project failures. It is often the unclarity of policies. Projects of that scale require billions of investment, and industry, quite rightly so, is only willing to make these investments if the policies are supporting this. And there are ways around. Australia is hosting the world's largest CCS project, and the point here on the side is to actually have specific legislation for first-of-a-kind project to support and underpin such undertakings. Here's a map of Australia showing what the CCS projects looked in 2021. This was early last year, and the project to emphasize is on the top left, on the northwest shelf in Australia, the Gorgon project, which is the largest project currently running at full capacity with 4 million tonnes per year. And the other projects are smaller projects in development, and they are around for quite some time. The Santos project in Central Australia is the second project in Australia that has seen a financial investment decision. So now we're jumping to 2022. So you can see a significant jump in projects going forward. And that was simply triggered by the previous Australian government providing significant incentives for the industry to actually start the projects at scale. And here, what you see here is these projects are offshore and they are surrounding the Australian continent. And Australia has not only the oil and gas resources, Australia has in reverse the basin resources, the pore space in where we can sequester vast amount of CO2, not only from Australia, but also from our neighbors. And I will talk about this in a moment. It is very important. So just a small detour now in terms of the technology developments and the breakthroughs. So a very good way to explain how it actually really works is if you're looking at the two types of chocolate. So who's not familiar with reservoir engineering, if you look at the left chocolate, which is a Nestle Aerobar, beautiful bubbles, and one would think that can take a lot of carbon dioxide, but in actual fact it can't because the bubbles are not connected. So, and if you're looking at the biscuit on the right side, which is a biscuit that has a lot of pore space, a lot of porosity, this is what the rocks look like, the sandstones, that can have up to 30% of pore space. That is a huge amount of carbon dioxide that can be stored in these formations. And all we need to make sure as geologists and reservoir engineers is that the chocolate coating is intact so the carbon dioxide is kept by the appropriate rocks. So, key part of the collaboration also between Korea and Australia is that we have a deeply established national research infrastructure with the Otway International Test Center, where we have worked for the last 15 years already with researchers from KIGAM and other researchers around the world, where we have trialed real breakthrough technologies. And as you have heard many times, in order to reach our 2050 targets, we already rely on technologies that have not even been invented, at least up to 10 or 15%. So I just want to take you on a short journey of what it takes to invent, trial, and test technologies. And again, keep in mind, your very own KIGAM Institute had been part of the journey, and KCCUS is now on the journey with us as well. So you can see here now a small video running. This video is showing a carbon dioxide bubble going between the pore space of 4 sand grains. So this is the space in how water sits at 2 kilometers depth. And as the carbon dioxide is sweeping sort of through the rocks, it leaves a small bubble behind. And this is how the carbon dioxide is trapped permanently and forever in these deep rocks. And here's another important table that shows you what happens deeply in the reservoir. So imagine you have a bottle of carbonated water, and if you open the bottle, it will fizz, and you hear the fizz. So what comes out is the carbon dioxide that is actually in the mobile free phase, but there's a lot of carbon dioxide dissolved in that gas bottle under pressure. And what you can see here is the modeling that we've done over just 100 years is as we proceed on this column, more and more carbon dioxide will be actually even dissolved in the formation water. So the CO2 is packed away permanently. And this is what everyone really needs to get close to your heart. It does not come to the surface ever again. So now we're looking at the technologies that we want to develop. We have a responsibility to say, how can we prove that the carbon dioxide stays underground? This is in every legislation. So let's firstly say what we want to achieve. Firstly, we want to say, avoid any adverse impact to the environment and to protect human health. So we take it out of the atmosphere, we put it in the ground, we want to make sure it stays there. Secondly, we want to be compliant with the law. Every project is regulated under state or federal legislation. And thirdly, really, and this was what we heard all day today, is we want to really measure the carbon abatement. We want to have high integrity standards. So we say 1 ton of CO2 goes down, it stays down, and that's the advantage of the technology. So now let's look at some breakthrough technologies in terms of how good can we actually drive the technology sort of to monitor. And what you see here are trucks and ships, and this is how the oil and gas industry is exploring for the resources, and this is the technology that has to be deployed to show the public and our legislator that we can monitor the CO2. These methods are expensive, they take years to plan, and we always have to interact with farming communities, with marine activities or marine industries. So what can we do to actually reduce the footprint on the surface and really increase the resolution of what we do? So takeaway point from this complex picture is we worked with our geophysicists, with our reservoir engineers to come up with a very clever way of positioning instrumentation across a carbon dioxide site, the Otway International Test Center. And on the next slide, I will show you a video where we have developed super high resolution technology to actually monitor the plume. So what you see here, you can see the fields on the surface, and these blue lines are wells, highly instrumented. They go into the ground at about 1,500 meters depth. And what you can see now, here in between these sort of colors emerging, are very small quantities of CO2. And this technology is a true breakthrough, and it took about 10 years. It was from 2012 when we set with our scientists in Australia to 2022 to complete this experiment in the field. And this is now ready for deployment for the industry to be fully compliant with the law and to have a very, very high resolution available to work with. So the reason why I'm making this point so explicit is technologies that we haven't even thought about and start thinking about them now, we will already be in the 2030s or 2040s. So the time for innovation is now, and the time for international collaboration is also now, because we want to get these kind of technologies and make them available to the market. And here's another technology that is direct air capture, which all of you have certainly heard of. Direct air capture is one of the technologies which has a very high promise beyond 2050, but it will have a significant order of magnitude evolution ahead to be cost effective and applicable at the scale that is being needed. And what I want to say is for all the inventors, also the inventors and manufacturers in Korea, please work with us. We can provide a whole life cycle testing and demonstration in Australia to accelerate technologies like direct air captures. So, and now to my last sort of section of my presentation is now we're looking at some real projects between Australia and the Republic of Korea, where we're looking at the technology, the policy, and the international legislation and the economics that we are tripping. So again, you've seen this slide, and the project that I would like to draw your attention to is the Bayu-Undan CCS project in north of Australia. This project is sitting in Timor-Leste waters and has a joint venture of Australian and Korean companies. Now, this project is a depleted gas field, and it is just begging to be used to store carbon dioxide. And here is a concept where further gas exploration of the Barossa gas field will provide gas and carbon dioxide into the Darwin LNG plant in northern Australia. And it will then pipe the carbon dioxide potentially into the Bayu-Undan field. And what you can see here now is that this dashed line says the Bayu-Undan field is actually in Timor-Leste waters. So what we are tripping here now are the challenges of the London Protocol, which prohibits the dumping of waste in the seafloor, but we have a significant opportunity to take the carbon dioxide from the Barossa field and also potentially carbon dioxide that is being shipped from Korea. This project has already seen a final investment decision for their FEED studies, and the plan is to have this project up and running by 2025. So that is less than 3 years away. So what now our both nations and the industry have to work through is how do we make this project happen in the time that is being needed so it makes economic sense and it makes sense with all the related projects that are happening currently in Korea for making investment decisions to produce blue hydrogen or blue ammonia, which produces carbon dioxide. And because Australia has the basins, that's a place to put it. So we have already left the technology sector. We are now looking at the reality on making very large CCS projects happening in our region. So, and what it means in terms of the actual volumes of sequestration is that the field has a potential capacity of 250 million tons of CO2, which would allow over 25 years about 10 million tons per year being sequestered. This is twice as large than the largest CCS project that exists currently on the planet. So you say that we are actually now progressing very fast with larger and larger scale projects, and we need to get government and industry right behind these projects. So I put some of the challenges up that I have already spoken to. So what we are hoping, and we are working with our colleagues in Korea, is that we are lining up the Australian government, that we are lining up the government in Timor-Leste with respect to the very own legislation, that we can see the first collaborative transboundary CCS projects between Korea, Australia, and Timor-Leste. It will be the first of this kind in the world as early as 2025. So, and on this note, I like to thank you all for your attention.
Thank you very much for your impressive speech. 고맙습니다. 네, 이렇게 해서 저희 이제 세션 3 탄소 중립 실현을 위한 산업계 CCS 전략.
So we just listened to the keynote speech of session 3 and we will move on to the panel discussion. Thank you for the keynote speech. And we have all the panelists on the podium, and the moderator is Director General Kwon E-kyun of Korea CCUS Association. For panelists, we have Mr. Chang Se-hwan, Mr. Kim Il-young, Mr. An Bom-hee, and Mr. Chang Tae-son. And our keynote speaker, Mr. Matthias Raab, will join the panel discussion as well. And the moderator will start the panel discussion. Please. Good afternoon. So thank you for the keynote speech, Dr. Raab. So we have invited major CCUS-related companies in Korea, and we will talk about how we can commercialize the technology. And one of the emission source is power generation, but Big EXPO is being held in Gwangju today, so we couldn't invite them. However, still, I believe that we can have a sufficient discussion. And we have Mr. Chang Se-hwan from POSCO, and on behalf of the petroleum and refinery sector, we have invited Vice President Kim Il-young from SKENS. And for storage, Korea's leader is Korea National Oil Corporation, and we have invited Senior VP An Bom-hee. And the pioneering research has been conducted by Korea Research Institute of Chemical Technology, and from which we have invited Mr. Chang Tae-son. And this is a question for Mr. Chang Se-hwan. And what kind of strategies do you have to commercialize the CCUS? Good afternoon. My name is Chang Se-hwan. I'm the head of Carbon Neutral Strategy Group at POSCO, and it was a great presentation. And while trying to implement a CCA project, we have a lot of concerns over technological reliability. And the presentation covered the technological reliability and completeness, and I believe that this could ease our concerns to some degree. And unfortunately, in Korea, we do not have many CCS projects, so we have some demand for cross-border projects. So I believe that we would have an active discussion between Korea and Australia so that we can have cross-border activities. So what I want to talk about today is the CCUS industry has started with carbon capture, actually. Where do we capture carbon is a key question. So when we look at carbon emission sources, and POSCO emits a lot of carbon dioxide ourselves. But when we look at the category of carbon emissions, so heavy emitters include petroleum, steel, and cement industries. And in the future, blue hydrogen and natural gas related industries will emit a lot of CO2. So which industry should select the direction first? So we have to look at how much reduction we can make from the existing heavy emitters. But for blue hydrogen, they will emit carbon dioxide from different angles. So there is concern. And if we can convert engine gas into blue hydrogen based on a new technology, and the captured CO2 volume will be the same. So we can just store the CO2 into the area where we had engine gas before. In that case, we can ease concerns over the space issue. And we can also ease concerns over the use of fossil fuels. And CCS site itself is not infinite, so it has a limited space. So the central part of CCS industry should be CCU, I believe. So each country is providing incentives to boost the CCUS industry. And to this end, we have to capture carbon dioxide. And Mr. Rob also said that we have to look at the concentration level of CO2 because it is related to the cost. And out of various industries, there could be industries with lower CO2 concentration, and we have different carbon capture technologies, and we have to utilize such technologies to lower the cost. That's how we can further develop the industry even without government subsidies and incentives. And POSCO is targeting a new technology to increase the concentration of CO2. And we are also supporting venture companies which are developing relevant technologies. Thank you very much. And we will move on to SKENS.
So I hope that you will talk about the blue hydrogen and then carbon like CCUS as well as the visions that you're promoting.
네, 안녕하십니까. SKENS의 김일영이고요.
Hello, I'm Kim Il-young from SKENS. Before giving my answer, I will introduce my company first. We are involved in LNG, RE, and hydrogen. So for the low carbonization, we are currently promoting CCUS very actively with the LNG. So CCS among CCUS should be talked, I believe. And I think that I want to talk about how we are promoting for this sector as well. So Dr. Rob has explained it very well in his presentation. So the importance of CCS is well explained in one report. And I know you have heard of this. It's from the IEA. And then they said that without applying CCS, net zero achievement will not be made. So CCS's importance was highlighted by IEA. So CCS is the most feasible and the most practical way to achieve this goal. So the Korean government has recognized this, and then they have announced a plan to reduce CO2 up to 10 million tons by 2030 and then 35 million tons by 2050 through CCS. And then half of that goal will use the overseas reservation site. So 30 million tons to store per year outside Korea will need large-sized sites for this technology, and then that means we need to urgently move to achieve this goal. And then even though we reserve the site, just like Dr. Rob said, in order to ship CO2 from Korea to other countries, CO2 will need to move beyond the border, and then we should follow the relevant convention. There are some measures that should be implemented in advance before shipping CO2. So we must follow this rule to ship CO2. And in April this year, in Korea, we already completed what was requested by London Protocol. So from April this year, we can export to other countries, and we are one of 4 countries. Even though we can export, the importers, the importing countries, will need to implement what's requested by this protocol as well. So the most likely potential partner is Australia. So with the Australian government, we are actively discussing this issue. So in the case of SKENS, we are in charge of LNG and blue hydrogen and renewable energy. And then we are currently promoting the CCS project overseas in outside Korea. So as introduced by Dr. Ra, gas field in Australia and East Timor will be utilized for the CCS. So after the depletion of gas field, we will convert it into the CCS sites. So from 2025, we will promote this project. And then as we need to reform those sites, I believe that it will be very competitive to actually transform this site. And then we have completed, we are currently developing the design, like the initial design to make this transition. With so 3 companies are currently working together to promote the CCS project in the northern part of Australia. So we actually won the bid. So 3 companies are now working together to promote this project once again in Australia. And in May this year, with Chevron of the US, for the CCS project, we signed the collaboration project agreement. And not only in Australia, but also in Southeast Asian countries, so we will find some potential sites for the further projects in the future. When we meet with the foreign companies around the world, we see that the CO2, like the needs for securing CCS sites, have become more and more competitive these days. When it comes to global major companies, they believe that transboundary CCS demand will increase greatly in Asia. So they are trying to find the potential storage in Australia and in Southeast Asia. In the case of Korean companies, I believe that we must be better recognized about the necessity of such a CCS technology and then actions to preserve this site.
Thank you very much. Next, I will invite the Senior VP An Bom-hee. So, what is the vision of Oil Corporation for the domestic project, and what is your future plan for large-scale project in the future? I'm in charge of ESG department at Korea National Oil Corporation, and my name is An Bom-hee. So regarding carbon neutrality, we have set a clear goal, and we have the government goal, and I believe that it has been beautifully done. However, although the number of a project is only 1, so the same goes for CCS. We have to make at least 1 project reality so that we can show that we are operating such a project. to the public. So we need such a success story in Korea. So we have to expand the project in Korea, and going beyond, we have to expand the success story into other countries. So carbon capture, transport, and storage are three separate parts. And for the private sector, they have to make profits based on production. So if we hold them accountable for capture and storage at the same time, and I believe that that is too much for the private sector. So for transport and treatment, I believe that the public organizations should play an important role here. And I believe that that is the proper model to target the commercialization of the CCUS in Korea. That is why Korea National Oil Corporation has experiences in developing oil field in Korea. So we have to play such a role. So we have been preparing to play this role for a while. And SKENS and POSCO have done various activities in the same direction. And from early 2000s, we have developed gas from a gas field in Donghae. And the gas field has completed its role, and we have decommissioned the gas field. And instead of just destroying the facility, maybe we can convert the facility into the carbon storage facility. So before, Donghae gas field used to produce gas, so it has a very geographically stable topography. And we have operated, and we also have the staff who operated the site. And we still can use the platform and pipeline. So we can accelerate the project at a lower cost if we tap into the gas field. And if we can increase the capacity to 400,000 tons, which is a significant amount. And there is a shallow layer and deep layer. Although there are no oil found, but we can store carbon there. In that case, I believe that we can achieve the CCS target, which is 4 million by 2030. And as mentioned by other speakers, when we only look at CCS, the target is 30 million tons, and we have to find another storage site overseas. Just like petroleum development, we have to conduct a 3D exploration and drill. And I believe that we need 6 to 7 years at least. So we have to start exploration from next year, so that we can find a proper site. And we cannot do it alone. SKENS and POSCO and the entire SK group might help based on the public-private partnership. And Mr. Rob mentioned that in Australia, you have Otway and Gorgon projects and many other projects in operation. And the UK, US, and Europe has more than 20 projects. And in early 2025 and 2026, they will be starting the commercialization. So by 2025 and 2026, they will be very competitive on the global stage because they have a track record. That is why we have to tap into gas field in Donghae, so that we can secure a track record and compete on a global stage. And Korea Oil Corporation will play an important role in the process. Thank you very much.
So what should we do to utilize? Hello, I am Jang Tae-sun from Korea Research Institute of Chemical Technology.
얘기를 하면은 이제
So when we talk about CCUS,
아무래도 이제 빨리 우리가 실현할 수 있고
so I believe that CCS is what we can realize earlier, and then we highlight it a lot. But when it comes to CCU,
기술이 굉장히 다양하고
actually there are various technologies,
복잡하기 때문에
and it's kind of complicated.
그냥 이렇게 와닿지가 않는 게 사실입니다.
So, well, you wouldn't feel what it's really like.
그래도 예전에는 아무도 이제 관심이 없었을 당시에
So when nobody was interested in the past,
기관이다 보니까
as we were public institute from the 1980s, we have been involved in many basic studies.
뭐를 한다는 게 말이 되느냐.
So we were thinking, can we really do something with CO2? And there were many controversies. And time has passed, and now it has been recognized as a very important technology. So CCO technology
탄소 중립에 어떻게 기여할 수 있느냐
is now at the center of conversation to achieve carbon neutrality.
들어오는 원유를 가지고
So that is to use the crude oil and extract like chemical, and then we make a product, as you know.
다 원유에서부터 만드는데
All the chemical products are from the crude oil, as you may well know.
대부분 미반된 것들은 다 CO2로 날아가고
So if they don't react well, then they will emit as a CO2 and become greenhouse gases. But we want to use it, and then we can make a chemical product or fuel at the same time. And if so, then we can reduce the import of crude oil, and then we will be able to contribute to the CO2 related activities. So that was the opinion raised by Korean side. So not only Korea, but also other countries are saying in this way for CCU with an aim to achieve carbon neutrality. So there are chemical and biological transition and the minerals, and then they all happen because of the chemical reaction.
기술의 특징은 뭐냐면은 이제 아까 그 라보 대표님께서
And as Dr. Rabo said,
CCS에 대해서 말씀하셨지만
so he talked about CCS,
그 CCS만
and actually CCS from the perspective of Australia and Korea are seen in different ways, and depending on the countries, the cities and businesses or the sites, the situations are all different. So which technology should be applied is a question, so we should find out the question's answer.
사실 가만히 있던 게 아니고
The government has not been like staying and wait, but the government has actually conducted many studies.
지금까지 이렇게 해오던 것들을 보면은 이제 많은 그 플랫폼 화합물이라고 하는 그 합성 가스
So like synthetic gases or methane or like high polymer, and all these technologies were developed in Korea and is underway.
그래서 이제 이런 기술들이 개발이 되면
So when we develop such technologies,
어떻게 이게 적용이 돼야 되는
we will be able to apply to many different sites.
여기 이제 산업계에 오신 분들이 많이
So as we have many participants from the industry,
어떻게 그 현장에 녹여내서
so how can we use them, like utilize them on site?
탄소 중립에 기여할 수 있을까?
And how can we make contribution to carbon neutrality? So I think it is time to think about that topic together.
10년에 그 온실가스 감축 목표가 있고요.
So we have NDC targeting 2030 and 2050.
30년을 보면은 30년은
So if you see 2030, well, it's not that far away.
공정에 개발되고 있는 기술들이 어떻게 또 녹아들어갈 수 있을까?
So let's think about ways to utilize on-site right away. But we have some time until 2040 or 50. So we can make some new technologies, or we can make something together from now on.
그래서 아까 이제 CCS도 마찬가지지만
So just like CCS, from the perspective of CCUS, we need to make one successful case to be more motivated. So industries must have more interest, and I know that you are now conducting many studies as of now. In order to promote CCS, economic feasibility and the reduction goals can be met by connecting together with the existing players. It should not be a single technology, but convergence technology. And as you know, we can also connect together with the biology, connect with the technologies that we have. So I think that's the most urgent issue in Korea. Thank you.
네, 정 박사님 감사드리고요.
Thank you, Dr. Chang. So last but not least, Australia is the most active and most pioneering CCUS working country in the world. So we have Dr. Matthias Rapp right here. So Australia has the and Matthias Rapp, you are operating a best practice of the research institute yourself. So in CCUS, what is the so regarding the importance of technological development? So there are various economic barriers and technical barriers at the same time. How can we overcome such barriers? So I would like to ask for your opinion.
Yes, thank you, Professor Kwon. And I also like to appreciate Dr. Wang's comments in terms of technology, innovation, the challenges. And we know now that without further innovation, we will not be able to reach our emission reduction targets. So the key is investment in research, development, and demonstration needs to be increased as much as projects are starting to get off the ground. And to the comments that were made, the utilization has many, many different facets. So one is, can we convert carbon dioxide into useful products, building products? Can we integrate them into a circular economy? Can we create proteins? Can we create building materials? And the answer is yes to all. But what is the key always is the energy equation. So it comes at a cost, or we need additional materials. So when we're looking at innovation also across the innovation chain and say, if we start producing green hydrogen, for instance, then hydrogen would be a perfect element to actually look back into matching hydrogen and carbon dioxide, for instance. We can look at biochemical, thermochemical processes and building materials. But for all of this, we need to keep one thing in mind, and every chemist will appreciate this. Carbon dioxide is the product of combustion. So in order to convert this, we need to re-inject the same amount of energy that this molecule has already released when it was actually formed. So, and this equation is likely to be resolved if we change how we use renewable energy in the context of utilization.
네, 감사드립니다.
Thank you very much for the answer.
네, 마무리하겠습니다.
So let me wrap up the session. So for the past 2 decades, so capture is important and storage is important, and we talk about this for 10 years. And we said CCS is important and CCU is important, and we spent another 10 years on this talk. But now we know the answer clearly. Capture, storage, utilization, transport, all the relevant technologies for these activities will reinforce one another, and they are supporting one another. And without CCS, we cannot utilize a CCU. And without CCU, we cannot fully realize a CCS to form a new ecosystem and make it a new business item. That is why, while expanding CCS into an international project, it has become international. So it has gone beyond R&D stage, and it has been commercialized already. So many CCS researchers and many CCS-related companies are pooling wisdom and strengths. So while contributing to greenhouse gas emission reduction, they are also making it a driver for the economic development, and they should join hands to achieve industrial development at the same time. And Korea is participating in international projects and transboundary projects. And it is a great pleasure to see the direction taken by the Korean government. And Australia is also working with other countries such as Vietnam and Southeast Asian countries, and I hope that Korea could follow suit. And thank you, panelists. This is the end of the session. Thank you very much. This is the end of the panel discussion of session number 3. Once again, I would like to thank Professor Kwon, who served as a moderator, and please give all of the panelists another big hand. Thank you very much. As mentioned, CCUS project will be expanded and utilized, and we need support and interest of the people across the globe. And for commercialization, we need your participation and interest, and we need further discussion at this kind of conference. And CCUS, CCU, and CCS, these are concepts we have covered today, and from an early in the morning and until this hour. Thank you for staying with us throughout the day. And this is the end of the International Conference on Carbon Neutrality for the Industry 2022. And I would like to once again thank all the participants. And this is the end of the event today. And I have been announcer Kim Yeon-jin, who served as MC. Thank you very much.
감사합니다.